Damn cat. There we go. So I am actually live from something different. I'm usually live on my phone, but I've decided, you know what? Try it from this laptop, and you know what? I actually like the picture quality much better, and I'm used to this more so for the lives, just because every Sunday, or I should say every Saturday, not every Sunday, I'm live on, or mostly every Saturday, I'm live on Novotaz's YouTube channel. Um, and yeah, if you haven't come out to those, honestly, come out. They're so much fun, and we talk about stuff all the time. Um, I'm hoping that my mic is okay. I just want to make sure. Can you hear me? Because I haven't used this setup before, so I just want to make sure that the mic and everything is working okay. If somebody can let me know in the chat if my mic is working okay, because then I can make sure that this is all good. Because again, this is my first time using the setup for this, so this isn't normal for me. I'm usually, like I said, on my phone, and I know it works every time on the phone. But this is different because I'm also using a different input devices for stuff. Like, for example, the webcam is a not a normal webcam. Well, it's a Logitech webcam. And oh, why am I getting all blurry? Hey, why is it all blurry? There we go. Okay, that was weird. Um. Okay, I'm just gonna ask this. Can y'all hear me? Sorry, and just before I start talking too much, I just want to, if somebody can let me know if they can hear me. Because there is stuff I actually want to discuss in here. Can I? Okay, no, there's that. Yeah, webcam, that's fine. Um, no, okay, this is interesting. So, okay, I can't see if that's working or not, and nobody's in the chat. Well, I can just talk, and well, actually, I can figure out if the mic's working or not. Here, just open up YouTube and find out. Okay, that's cool. Let's just see, and I'll find out very shortly if you guys can hear me or not. Because if so, then I can get into my stuff. Okay, it is working. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, got that all squared away. So, anyways, not that there's anybody here. I mean, there's one person that shows, but and actually, I want to change that instead of top chat. I want to change that to live chat. There we go. And so, anyways, what's interesting, something that I figured out with my neighbor Lance, although to be honest, he figured it out pretty quick. So Lance is my neighbor that owns a really cool, I think it's an 80 or an 81, maybe a little later than that, Chevy C10. It's orange and white, so you know that two tone, and it has a really badass engine in it. To be honest, it's got a very rare Chevrolet 302. And hey, Shane, I hope this is all working pretty good because this is my first time using the laptop to go live from my account. And you can tell that I don't look as good on here actually. Like I look better on my phone. So that's interesting. But it's honestly it's much quicker. There's less delay. So I do like this though. Cuz again I'm using my dad's new laptop and I'm using my webcam, which I've used this webcam before, but not for lives on my channel. I've used it for other things. But yeah, so no, okay, I'm good. I'm glad. I'm definitely glad. So yeah, I do want to talk about actually some issues I've had with the car. So, and I will find out. I meant to do that today, but I just didn't get to it. got a little distracted here, honestly, watching TV and being on my phone and stuff like that. Because of so says the guy with Fords. That's too funny. But so the interesting thing is with Motorcraft carbs, if you don't know how to do adjusting your idle is freaking weird on them, because I'm used to just having screws, right, on like Hollies and Albrocks and stuff like that. Well, Motorcraft carburetors use a bar that you have to bend, and it has certain lengths and whatever else, which I didn't actually measure it. I just bent it to see if it would make a difference, and it didn't, so I just bent it back. No big deal. And so because my idle, ever since doing the T5 swap, it's been too high. That idle was fine with the automatic at about 1,100 RPM, give or take. But with the manual, you can actually have that much lower RPM because you don't have to deal with the torque converter. And so with the manual, you're usually right around 650, maybe 700 RPM. Now, and we were trying to figure out, so why is it doing this? Because I've been trying to mess with that thing for a little while, and I just couldn't figure it out. And I was driving down the alley. Yeah, see, exactly, you know? And that's why, like, when you do a manual swap, because what Shane just said in the chat, yeah, it takes, depending on your transmission, depending on length of drive shaft, weight of the drive shaft, all that different stuff, just to get, like an automatic will actually take, give or take, 15 to 25 horsepower to even just spin it in general, to spin that torque converter, because the torque converters are heavy too. Like when they're full of fluid, because bear in mind, like my T5 only takes, I think it was three or four quarts of fluid. The automatics though, they take about 10 to 15. I can't remember the exact amount, but I know it's above 10 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the pump and the torque converter. That's true. I always think of just the torque converter, but no, it's actually the automatic pump as well in those. So that is one of those things, and so that's why, like, when you do a manual swap, you just get more power out of the deal. And like modern automatics are a little different because they are kind of a manual. They have like dual clutches and stuff like that. And honestly, you are faster with those because you have more gears and that sort of thing than the manual transmissions of the past, right? It used to be opposite, but automatics nowadays are better than the manuals, even though I prefer manual. I always have. And, having that T5 in the car is just so cool. And I love it. Honestly, it's so much fun. Which, it's interesting because after doing that T5 swap, I've had twice now in person of people asking if they could buy my car. Once at the airport, and once actually it was last night when I was in Olds. I just went to Walmart and there was a guy in a square body Chevy that comes by and starts chatting to me about my car and asking if I'd sell it, which is just so funny. Oh, that's fair. And it's one of those deals where, like, I am honestly very happy with it. But what I was trying to say in the beginning, because I always get sidetracked, as you know, watching any of my lives. So I had an issue with the idle being too high. I still do, in fact. And I was trying to figure out why, and also, so it had an intermittent miss as well, which you'd think, well, that's usually ignition related or like electrical related in that regard, maybe distributor, but it wasn't. It had nothing to do with any of that. So this carburetor, yes, I did see that. Little backstory of this carburetor. So I actually got this carburetor from Roy Marco, and it was from a 66, I believe, or maybe 68 Galaxy with, I believe, a 289, and it's 2 barrel. right? And now the cool thing about the earlier Motorcraft 2 barrels is that they actually have Holley jets in them. The later ones don't. They have Motorcraft specific jets, and they are very annoying to deal with because they're kind of rare to find and they're expensive when you do. So, you know, I can buy almost a full sheet of Holley jets for the price of like 4 Motorcraft jets. It's insane. So there's that. But anyway, so on when it was in that galaxy, it actually had for the choke, it had a heat riser for the sort of manual choke. Well, it wasn't like full manual because you know the heat would make it open, right? Yeah, exactly. They're different threads and they're actually different size too. Like the Holley ones are a little smaller in how actually big it is around. Not the hole that's for the actual jet size, not that. It's the actual thing itself. Not by much, but it is a little bit. And now technically, I'm not sure, or at least I think they are. They might be the same size. Regardless, though, it just the thread is different for sure. But on those, because it had this heat riser for the carburetor, right, for the choke, like I mentioned. Well, we didn't set that up, and we just did electric choke because it's just easier to deal with the electric choke as opposed to unless you had like a full manual choke. That's easy to do, but it's trying to figure out that. And so ever since I had that carburetor on the car, I've had a vacuum leak that I never knew about. It was from that. So plugging that off, oh man, has it made a world of difference of how it sounds and how it runs and everything like that, you know? Oh, I mean, to be honest, carburetors for me are much simpler than injection. I mean, and they definitely are. Like, I know carbs as a base. Like, I don't know them 100%. Like, I can take apart a carburetor and rebuild it, but I have had issues trying to get them back together properly in the past. I'm not gonna lie, but it's something that I could do. You know, given if I'm not in a rush, I can easily do it. It'd take me a couple hours at most. And and they're pretty easy to kind of set up and whatever else for the most part, especially like these Motorcraft carburetors. They're pretty simple to set up. They're mostly set up from out of the box, like you don't really have to touch them too much. But so anyways, I had a vacuum leak from that heat riser there for and then also because again Lance figured this out because Lance, like, he's my neighbor and he's got this badass C10 that has a built Chevrolet 302 in the car from I think it's a 68 Z28 Camaro. And honestly, I've driven that thing. It's a beast, but it was having problems when I drove it. No, not 305. 302. Go look it up. Chevrolet 302 was built from 1967 to 1969 in the Z28 Camaros. It was their homologation engine for the Trans Am series at the time. And they were only available in the Z28 Camaros. That's it. And again, from 67 to 69, they rev higher and, they were designed for, track racing. And hello, Michael. Although my name is Katarina, not Katrina, but I'll let that slide. You get so used to. I mean, I've gotten so used to people misspelling my name, to be honest. But yeah, no, and Shane, I'm not saying 305 at all. The 305 wasn't even invented yet. At that point, like, because the 305 came out, and I want to say it was like 70 or 71. But the Chevy 302 was a essentially, yeah. And and they rev higher too. Like, he has thicker springs in his anyways, but it'll rev to over 7 grand on his. But out of the box, they rev to over 6, which usually, your 350s, you're capped out at around 5,400, give or take. So, it's pretty good, and it works well. And like I've driven that truck, fun truck, very fun truck. But again, it had issues because like we were trying to I have this app on my phone that's literally called Drag Racer, and it will tell me my 0 to 60, my 8th mile, my 100-foot, my 60-foot times, all that different stuff, right? It's a free app, honestly. I like it. It can be a little buggy, but overall it works very well. It just works off your GPS. And if you don't have good GPS signal on it, it doesn't work worth a damn. It's horrible. But if you do have good GPS signal, then it works pretty good, actually. I've been having issues with it working lately. So, anyways, so I had that, vacuum leak, and we plugged that off because he happened to have a little plug that I could just put in there. It's like cool. There's, one of those rubber, sort of, vacuum plugs, right? Put that on there, no big deal. And then he noticed as well that, yeah, actually, it technically is called a rubber nipple, I suppose. You're not wrong. And then, as well, so I actually had a vacuum leak from the back of my carburetor, and it was for the vacuum advance for the distributor. Now, so here's something interesting, and I always did think that my car doesn't feel like it has a ton of top end. Like, even though they're not designed for that, but with that distributor with the vacuum advance, I should have like base setting of my distributor is 15 degrees, but then it should go up to give or take 35 ish, somewhere in there. So yeah, so really, I may have only had possibly 20 degrees total when I pin it. So once I actually, because I bought some some hose yesterday to fix that, and I meant to do that today and then do a video on everything and what's changed with the car and stuff like that, because there is a center console in the car. It's not done yet, but it's done as far as I can currently take it with it here, because I need a certain extra part, and I mean there is other stuff I can do, but not so much here. Fair enough. I mean, the one thing is, you could get rid of your vacuum advance and just have a mechanical advance, or you can go to an electronic advance distributor as well, which in the future I will definitely go to an electronic advance distributor with the, when I go to a turbocharging setup. And that is going to cost me quite a bit of money that way. And just one of those things. And I think Rotax was saying that with my app, and I mean it kind of works like a if you've heard of Draggy, it works the same way. The only difference is Draggy uses a little device that you put in your car. You don't have to plug it in or anything, but it's in your car, and it takes the GPS signal from that, and sends it to your phone. Uh, and something though that I do want to address, because there's this guy that keeps commenting on my videos, and it's kind of driving me nuts because of what he says and what he's suggesting I do all the time, because he's always asking me to do, not you, it's this guy called Fast Guy in the comments. You may have seen him if you watch some of my videos. He's been commenting on a lot of my videos lately, and the one thing is, he keeps asking me for burnout videos, but it's like, I told him I already have a burnout video on the channel. I don't want to just do burnout videos. And the one thing is, with burnout videos, they're fun and everything, but you don't really get much out of it. you get the, hey, look, there's a bunch of views and some subscribers from it, but they genuinely or generally don't actually stick around for the rest of your content. They just want to see the high excitement stuff like that, which I don't do that often. Yeah. And I actually told them that. I said, if you pay for the tires, I will do a burnout. And because I don't have a problem doing it that way, because that's my main concern. Because I don't, I'm not gonna blow Stitch up doing a burnout right now. To be honest, she's fantastic. And Lilo, I could actually, depending on how bad the burnout is, I could actually grenade that tranny on Lilo. So it's not something I really want to do. Although it's funny because yeah, he's even suggested that I do whichever one is going to do a better burnout between my 81 or my 86. My 81 is going to do a better burnout because I can rev higher and it's a limited slip. That ends the discussion right there, right? If they're both limited slip and both manuals, then it would be a little interesting. But they definitely are. Like, I like doing burnouts, don't get me wrong, and I do them every now and then, but and exactly, like, I can't afford to fix my car though. Right now. I can't. If anything goes wrong with a car, I have to borrow the money to fix it right now because I have like no money whatsoever. I hopefully have some prospects coming in to get more money, but I just don't have money right now. Period. So it's one of those deals where, that way too. Cuz like when I did that video of that burnout, I grenaded the torque converter doing that. Cuz I made a mistake, and if you're ever doing a big burnout like I did in an automatic, just make sure that you're capped with like a stock converter, usually around 1500 RPM, maybe a little higher than that. But um, and so the thing is, if you're doing a burnout and it starts to rev a little higher than that, don't let it, because that is heat getting into the torque converter and hurting it. That's why I was having the torque converter slip on me. It's possible that it grenaded the transmission as well, but you know, um, wait, you revved it to 6 grand and dropped the clutch? Why would you rev it to 6 grand? Like, that seems excessive, you know? Like, to me, I mean, when I drop the clutch and stitch, I'm only at like 3 at the most. Although, something interesting, because with my current setup, and now it's down to my tires, to be honest, because it is interesting. So, I have axle hop in the car, but, and again, it's down to my tires, to be honest, because I only have 185 wide tires in the wintertime. So of course I'm gonna get an axle hop, right? It makes sense because the tires just are not wide enough to keep it, steady down the road. It does need axle bushings as well. I know that because when we put it in, and just like, oh, these bushings don't look that great, but I shouldn't have to worry about those yet. And ooh, a Dodge Dart 440 dual quad. Nice, that's badass. I was gonna say, actually, I haven't heard or I haven't seen you in a while there, Mr. Roboto, or Roboto, I should say, not Roboto. I was gonna say it's been a minute, and it's one of those things. Um, Sorry, my brain just all of a sudden, again, I'm ADHD, so my brain does do all this. It pings around all the time when something gets my attention. I go ooh, and then I can forget what I was talking about. It does happen. Um, but it's one of those things that um because yeah, I would like to do some more racing and whatever else on the channel and stuff like that, but it's not going to be like the mainstay of the channel. And because even I was arguing with that guy in the comments, to be honest, a little bit. And you know uh, That would be an interesting race. And so how often actually would you see a Thunderbird Super Coupe versus a Dodge Dart? Like, that's such an unusual race, and that's cool. I like that, to be honest. Like, I like weird stuff like that, obviously. And because actually, like, something that's going to eventually come to the channel is once it gets it back together, once the roads are nice enough to do this, me and my buddy Paul that owns the Cosworth Vega, we're gonna race. And I'm gonna race my 81 Mustang against this Cosworth Vega. And honestly, spec wise, we're gonna be pretty close in that race, to be honest. Like, so he's only got, I think it's 105 horsepower, maybe 110. I can't remember the exact power numbers, and torque is right about that as well. But he weighs less than me, and he's got better gears with 373s. But he is a not limited slip. It's a one wheeler peeler. So I've got advantage with traction. But I've driven his car. His car is very quick off the line. It's so much fun. Because again, Cosworth Vegas had actually electronic fuel injection, and they're just super fun to drive, right? So it will be really cool though to do that race when we can, because he actually has a TikTok channel, and he's been dealing with transmission issues. Because the T50 transmission is what those had, and like he got one out of a later Monza, like a V8 Monza, so it's actually a little thicker input shaft and stuff like that, and the gears are a little stronger and stuff like that. So he just had to switch around a few things, but he had the it's kind of funny, he had the transmission all together, and then he realized that because he rebuilt he's rebuilt that transmission multiple times. And so yeah. Anyways, what's really funny though, because the last video he put out, he had the transmission all back together, and then he finds this little tiny C clip, and like, where does this go? And then he thought about it and realized, oh crap, that's the C clip that goes in between fourth and fifth gear to keep the fifth gear aligned properly. So yeah, it's one of those things that so you needed to take the whole thing apart again, put that back in, and then put it back together, and then put it in the car. You know, because his car honestly is quite neat. I actually do have a video of it on the channel. Oh, you only have 273 gears in the Thunderbird? I'm kind of surprised by that. I would have thought that a Super Coupe would have had like 355s or 373s out of the box, or even 323s for that matter. That's surprising. Or I guess technically 327 is what Ford used, not 323. Well, in the Fox bodies, anyways, they use 327s. Yeah, that's surprising. And that's the interesting thing with when you have really tall gears like that, because it's designed for highway. Ah, okay, interesting. I never would have thought that. Like, honestly, that is surprising to hear that they actually could come with 273s. Huh, interesting. Wait, and 375, not 373s? Huh, interesting. Oh, did you? I don't even remember you showing that. You may have. I don't remember, to be honest, because it's. I don't remember everything that's sent to me. To be fair, it's because yeah. Um, I get a lot of stuff sent to me, so. Ugh. There we go. Just get that. Oh, there we go. That's looking much nicer. And one of these days I'll get this cut so that I can get rid of all these freaking split ends. But I haven't had a haircut in like 5-6 years now. Actually, I think it's 6 years. Yeah. So the split ends all over the place, and it's just awful. But it presents well via camera. But that's cool. Like, I would love to do that sort of stuff. And like, there is quite a bit of that I would absolutely adore doing. So, like, sort of land speed racing like that would be really cool. Also, there is like ice racing I really want to do as well. And not just like drifting on ice, but actually drag racing on ice would be super fun. But I don't think there's anything set up near me for ice drags, but for circuit race there is. So that should be fun, honestly. And I do want to do that, but I'm running out of time, to be honest, because there's not too much left in the season for me to actually go out there. But the only problem is I need a set of tires, and I need to put a ton of screws to them. Like, I'd probably be expending 200-300 screws per tire. So yeah, and and that's something that'd just be so much fun, because that's how you actually get traction on ice. If you don't know, is by putting screws through the treads. But in particular, the screws go outward. So instead of, like, you have to take it off the rim and get it on there. But yeah, and that'd be really fun to do, to be honest. And there's so much stuff that I want to bring to the channel, but it's just getting the money together to do some of the stuff is the trick too. And it's just one of those deals, right? What can you do? And I should tomorrow, because I haven't had a video out for a while. Tomorrow I should have something out with any luck, maybe the day after, but I'll film it tomorrow for sure. So for y'all, and it's gonna be kind of like an update video, and to see actually, hey, is my car better or not? Like, is it gonna go better than it used to, and that sort of thing, which it should. I'll be curious to see actually of how it's gonna feel. And now, something that my car actually does, which is quite fun, again, it's because of the tires that it has, being 185 wide. So if I'm like hammered on it and shift at like about 45 to 5 grand, or that's when I typically shift if I'm like really going hard on the car. The thing is, between the 2 and 3 shift, the back end will start to go a little sideways. It's kind of funny, actually, and I never would have expected to have any of these issues with this car at all, because it's never made the kind of power that it does now. Not that it has a ton of power, but it's never made the power that it has, right? I mean, that's one thing. Like, drag racing for me, the one thing is I can go drag racing and not break parts, to be honest, because I don't make enough power to be breaking parts, right? Because my car is overbuilt right now. Like, it absolutely is. That 88 rear end, I won't blow that up, with my setup. That manual transmission, I don't make enough power to blow that up either. And then the motor itself, I mean, it's 209.6. Those things are practically bulletproof. So they don't have issues with them. Like, Chrysler Slant 6s do have a problem. They're amazing engines. But the Slant 6 actually does have a problem with oiling, actually, when you let off the gas. The oil pump just does not engage right away when you do that, and it can actually starve the engine of oil. And that's why actually Slant 6s can seize. So if you're not careful with them. Because I mean, really, like with a Slant 6, you're pretty much pinned everywhere you go, anyways. Especially if it's in a truck. Like I remember my dad's truck, 225 Slant 6, 727, 410 gears, open rear end. That thing, you had to pin it everywhere. You know, it had no get up and go whatsoever. And like, and I did want to like build up that engine, to be honest, a little bit. And you know, because it actually does have the aftermarket support. You can. It's interesting because and there's lots of people that don't even know about this. If you're a big Dodge enthusiast, you might not know about this unless you're Canadian. So the U.S. with the 225 Slant 6 and any of the Slant 6s in general, because they had a few of them, they never actually got a 2-barrel carb. They only came with a 1-barrel for their entire run. Well, excluding like Australia and stuff like that is a little different, but now the interesting thing is here in Canada, we actually had what was called the Super 6. And basically, what that was a 225 Slant 6 that could have a 2-barrel carburetor on it, which was a different intake and a 2-barrel carburetor. They are not super rare up here. Like they are a little rare, but you can find an intake pretty easily. To be honest, it doesn't take too much research, and they're not that expensive. But Americans, it's interesting. They just go straight to a 4-barrel, which it's not necessary to have a 4-barrel on those, because to be honest, I actually think the 4-barrel would probably be worse on, especially with how big of carburation people usually do on them, that it's worse. Because I know they are similar to my inline to my 200, and that you only want, like, if you're going to run a 4-barrel, you want like 300, maybe 350 CFM max, right? That's why like my 2-barrel is going to work fantastic, because it is a 500 2-barrel, which if you do the sort of math and whatever, it equates to about 325 as a 4-barrel. So it works great in my application, or it will. Yeah, oh exactly. And and that's the one thing, you know, of and all the time people put way too big of a carburetor on their engines. Like hell, even my 302, to be honest, that 600 CFM carb is because of the heads that are on that engine. It's probably a little too much carburation for it, to be honest. Like it still runs pretty good, although it's running rich again, which I don't know why it's doing that. But even though I actually have on like the top end, because I still need to swap out that one. There's a spring inside the carburetor. I'm trying to think of what the name of the spring is called, but basically with that, it just runs slightly lean when it's at the top end. It's not dead lean, but it's little lean. So if we can fatten up the mixture a little bit, power valve, yeah, power valve spring. That's the one I was thinking of. Yes. Oh, somebody sent me a message. What was this? Okay, that. Oh, somebody's asking me for parts on my cars, to be honest. Um, I'm just trying to think of what I would ask for a steering column. I don't know. I'll just go. Does 60 sound okay? Sound okay? You know, and sometimes, like, when I'm selling parts, I'm just guessing on values at times, because they're parts that generally people aren't looking for. And so that they're kind of hard to gauge a value on. Because, I mean, really, like the stock steering column out of my 81 without an ignition cylinder in it or steering wheel, I just threw out $60 to the guy, see if he would take it. Well, yeah. See, Super Coupe parts are very unique and weird. So there is that. Um, and some of my stuff is weird too, obviously, but well, depending on what you are going after for parts, yeah. Like there are some unicorn parts for Fox bodies that are worth a lot of money. Like for example, Marshall fog lights, not worth the money to be honest. They're cool, but they're not worth the money to buy. I'd much rather just get some old school amber fog lights like I have and mount them on the car instead. The Marshalls are cool because they got that that cat logo on them, but that's it. That's all that makes them really neat. And then there's even the covers, because a nice set of Marshall lamps can go for like $500, or potentially a little cheaper than that, but right around there. And then the covers themselves can go for about $100 themselves. It's ridiculous, and it's not something that I'm really interested in getting. Because like for me, the fog lights I'm gonna put on the car, which you might see those on the car soon. We'll see if there's enough time, because coming up, so this will be not next week, but the week after. So first week of March there, I'll actually be heading up to Edmonton, and we'll be working on my buddy's car, and I'll be getting a commission off that. But if there's enough time, we will put that front bumper cover on the car, because it's a or bumper extension, because it's an 82 GT bumper extension that needs to be repaired, and we didn't need to straighten out the bar actually for the fog lights, but we have that. And then I've got these fog lights from Sears. I found a receipt in them from '93 for $20, to be honest, and it's so cool. And yes, I am. And also, hi, Axel Addict. I don't think I've ever seen you on the channel before. Welcome to my live stream. I appreciate you coming out here. Um, you know what? And on these lives, it's majority car talk, to be honest. And other times, it's it can divulge into other things, but it's centered around vehicles. So, and on my lives, I've never had a guest on here. It's usually just me up here. So, and if you don't know my channel, my name is Katarina, and I have Fox Body Mustangs. I have an '81 Mustang and a coupe that's a 209.6 with a T5 manual swap and an 88 swap. Plus, I have a 2-barrel carb on there, and the whole car is basically being worked over a little bit. And then my '86 convertible, which has a 302 swap. So, those are the main two. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. So that's the one thing with Shane, and he would actually be an interesting one if he was ever interested to be up on live, because his stuff is so unique and so expansive too. Like he has some weird stuff, and I like weird. Like he's got Thunderbird Super Coupe. He's got that Lincoln Mark 7 that's Mad Maxed out, and stuff like that is just so neat, right? And again, like those are cars you almost never see. So yeah, and if you're wondering when I say Shane, that's VCMD Propulsion. Um, yeah, he's a cool dude, and a lot of the people in the chat you'll see that are it's a very sort of easygoing place. I try and promote a lot of positivity in the car hobby in general. So yeah, hope you enjoy it. I'm just getting rid of some stuff there. There we go. And yeah, so I mean, and the car that I'm going to be working on actually is an '83 Mustang hatchback that my friend, he needs a bunch of work done to it. Like there's wiring to do. There's a broken bolts for the flywheel, which that's going to be fun, because he told me that might be flush broken off. I'm like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get that out or not, but we'll see. Because that's always a pain in the ass, right? But then, you know, and it needs a bunch of other things. Like he thought about like doing like custom, a weird custom bumper on it, which I don't like this idea, to be honest, because so it's a very beater of a car. Like it's not in that great a shape, but the motor is from a 95 F-150, I think. Um, and so, or maybe 98, I can't remember. It's a 302 anyways. And it's converted to carburetor, so, you know, we could work on it pretty easily. So, oh, interesting. Well, hang on. A 240, doesn't that have a small block Ford pattern anyways? Like that T56 should go right up to your Ford 240, to be honest, I would think. Unless I'm wrong. Because like because what we did, yeah, I'm like 95% sure that the 240 and the 300 have the small block Ford pattern. So you shouldn't have a problem. Like, and you can use 302 flywheel, 302 starter, stuff like that. So yeah, like it should be just the same as a small block Ford. You should be able to put that T56, provided that it's the same, that it's for a 302. You should be able to put it in no problem, to be honest. Like you'd have a little bit of custom fab to do underneath, I'm sure, like with, you know, mounts and stuff like that. Yeah, oh yeah. Um, you know, because you don't have the issues that the like what I had, that I had to do some weird custom crap on mine. Like the clutch fork, for example, I had to combine a Fox body fork and a 66 inline six fork from you know, a 200. And Saber, hey buddy, there you go. And yeah, no, I'm pretty sure like you should be able to just bolt that right up. There shouldn't be a problem there. And yeah, and you should be able to use now. The only thing you got to check for like flywheels and stuff like that, if it wasn't already a manual in the first place, because if you're converting it from an automatic to a manual, otherwise, because I don't know, 240s might be internally balanced. I'm not sure though. I know my 200 is internally balanced. So, because if you have an externally balanced flywheel, it's going to throw off your geometry on it. You just have to look into that, to be honest, because again, I just don't know. Yeah, I mean, definitely do it. Like, just look at the bell housings between them, and if they're like identical, then there you go. Right, there's your answer. Um, because yeah, like, and to be honest, you just have to look at the back of the motor. Now, it's possible that you might need to move dowel pins, but even then, I doubt it. There you go, right there. So, yep, that confirms it. I knew the 300 did for sure. I just wasn't sure of the 240, even though I know they're very similar to each other. Sweet, cool. Sorry, I might be selling that steering column. Okay, I'll be able to get it. Okay, I'll be able to the first week of March. Cool. Okay, I'll get. I mean, that's just a tank of gas for me, which is nice. Yeah, that's awful. Sweet. So yeah, I just, you know, have potentially sold a steering column for $60, which is nice. I can use the money right now. Hey, no worries. Like the one thing is, my knowledge is quite expansive, and so is his, to be honest. Like, we know a ton on vehicles, and if you ever have a question or anything like that, you can reach out actually to me, to be honest, on because I do have an Instagram, which is Katarinas.garage. That's one of the best ways to get a hold of me, to be honest. Or if you just want to just chat and show off your stuff, you can do it there. If it's, if I'm live, you can do that there as well. Ask any questions you want in the chat. That's fine. Just try and keep it more so automotive if you can. Don't be perverted is all I really ask. Don't ask for feet and stuff like that because I get that. But yeah. Yeah, oh, exactly. So, like, my 200 inline six, because they have a weird bell housing on them. So the 200 inline sixes, they have their own unique, and actually there's 3 different bell housing patterns. Well, 4 technically bell housing patterns that they had. There is a very early 1960 bell housing pattern that you're not going to ever find parts for it, period. Then they went to, I think from 62 to 64, they had a different pattern as well, which I think they called the Dagenbaum pattern or something like that. I can't remember for sure. Then going 66 and up to 1981, they had my bell housing pattern, which again is just a little different than the other two. And then in sometime in 1981, they actually did what was called a 3/4 small block Ford bell housing pattern, which basically the top 2 bolts don't line up, but the rest of the bolts do. So, and you can, if you need those top 2 bolts, because I mean, with the 296, you generally don't have enough power to actually break anything. But if you do want those, you just drill a couple extra holes in your bell housing, and poof, you're done. Pretty easy, right? But didn't have to worry about that in mine because my bell housing's from a 66. So, and then the flywheel's from a 66. The starter is brand new starter, but it's for a 66. The and actually my yeah, it's true. And actually 460s I thought were the same pattern, but they might be different as well. But regardless, those, yeah, like what do you call it, the tall decks, which is interesting because for me, I just consider those the big 6 as opposed to the little 6, because the little 6 actually did get a they did get a tall deck engine, which was the 250. And that's why actually it's a pain in the ass, because people have actually asked me, why don't I just put a 250 in my car? Because if I want to keep that Ford 6 or in that regard. And the problem is you have to do a custom oil pan for it, to be honest. Like, you have to build your own oil pan, which is just annoying. Just basically it's cutting one apart and attaching it to the other. But it's still annoying to do that, though. And like, I thought there were, now I might be wrong, but I thought there were some 460 big blocks that had a small block Ford pattern or similar, anyways. But I could be completely wrong, to be honest. It's one of those things that my knowledge on big blocks isn't quite as big as they are on the weird, inline 6 stuff. And okay, you said you have more classics you're looking to beef up. Well, what all do you got? Because I'm curious. And like, my knowledge expands to quite a lot of different vehicles, to be honest. And so does his. But the weirder, the more I know, for the most part. Like, I know some of the common stuff too, obviously, but I attach to the weird. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Oh, okay. Cool. That is good enough. Actually, I for some reason I don't know why I thought that the 460 had that, but there you go. So and again, like and sometimes my knowledge can go, ooh, okay, hang on. 68 Sport Fury, that's sweet. 66 Cutlass, 49 Plymouth. Ooh, I like your collection. I love your collection. Oh my god. Okay, I have to ask. I doubt it, but do you happen to be in Alberta? Just because I'm in Alberta, and if that's your collection, and if you're in Alberta too, I would love to film that because holy crap, those are cool cars. And cars you just don't see like at all. That is so neat. Like it's just I'm just thinking about it. I don't know the last. Oh, you're in Texas. Boo, boo, Texas. Boo. I'm only saying boo because it's so far south from me. Damn. Because yeah, that's some cool vehicles. Like I sold a '58 Apache actually, or maybe it was '59. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, no. So, I mean, what are like, what are your plans with those cars? Just out of curiosity. Like, I mean, obviously, you said you're gonna beef them up or whatever, but like, what do you want to do to them? Because like that Fury, that's such an interesting car. Like, I like those big ass boats that way, and the Fury. Even though this might be sacrilege, I think it looks better than the 64 Caddy. I like a 64 Caddy, but something about a Sport Fury from that vintage that's just cool. And it, and what's interesting is that you can have a slant six all the way up to a 440 in those things. And and this is the one thing actually with Shane there. So his knowledge on custom work is expansive. Like it's interesting because he wanted to do a sort of design, which I don't know if he quite ever like. Well, he did show me some rough sketches of a design for my head, basically to make it into a sequential fuel injection unit, which would be very interesting to set up. Like, and it would be one of a kind for sure. But yeah, okay, I don't need that. And he said okay to that. Cool. Like, I haven't had too many offers for me to work on people's cars. Like, my buddy Braden with his 83 Mustang, that's a little different just because it's a buddy of mine and he has wanted to get this thing back on the road for a while. So, and that's what we're going to do. Like, and there will be a video on it. Hopefully, we can finish everything in the week, but we'll see because there is quite a bit of work to do to it. And like, and some of it I won't even be able to do, like, because wiring, I'm clueless when it comes to wiring. It's just not something I can do, to be honest. I've never gotten a grasp of it. Now, if I had the right teacher or whatever else for wiring, it might be a little better, but I just never have. You know? Ugh. But yeah, like, and he likes to do very weird and out there stuff. Like, because something that I want to do, to my car, because I do want to do a turbocharger on my car, and I'll keep it carbureted, to be honest. But Fury had a 383, the board 40 over with 727, 323 BR. Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you could do to make more power out of that. You could go to aftermarket heads, or you could even get your heads decked and polished, or like you know, ported, polished, that sort of thing on the heads, and then deck them to increase your sorry, brain's just not working. Your compression ratio. You could do that. Um, there's lots of stuff like depending on your exhaust system and whatever else, you can do that. If you want the biggest sort of bang for your buck, to be honest, I would have to say gears. Because gears are the cheapest thing that you can buy that make the biggest difference in the world. Like, as opposed to making more power, you could just put in like 373s as an example, and your car will feel so much faster. So much. And also, like, if it's limited slip or not, because if it's not limited slip, I would suggest doing that as well. That way, because like, yeah, there's a lot of different ways where you can get power out of your car. That's true. Like, you don't have top end, but to be fair though, Shane, uh, it's a '68 Sport Fury. It's not like you're trying to go 200 mile an hour in a Fury. You know, it's more of those you're taking a cruising, you're going stoplight to stoplight type experiences, though, right? Or like you go on the highway. Now, it would be better if you had like if you're going to highway drive it though, your RPMs will be a little higher. So just do bear that in mind. But it's one of these things that you just have to look at like the pros and cons of gears. The pros of putting, you know, nicer, shorter gears in a car is, hey, look at that. You can actually, your acceleration is so much better. But at the expense of on the highway, like if you go from 323s to like 373s, you're probably going to increase right around 3, maybe 400 RPM on the highway. So if you do highway drive it, that is something to consider. Um, but depending on your budget, whenever else, you could actually on that 727, you could get a gear vendor's overdrive that bolts to the back of the transmission, actually towards the tail shaft, and it's a sort of electronic thing that you can set up inside, where you basically just press a button and you can go into overdrive. And where that 727 doesn't have an overdrive, you could essentially install one that way. Their gear vendors kits are not that cheap, but they're worth the money if you can do it. And I already know what the problems were there, Ashton. So it was just I explained it earlier with my carburetor, and I had a couple of vacuum leaks that I didn't know about, and because of that, I couldn't get my RPMs down. So yeah, yeah. See, and like and gear vendors is such a great sort of like they're a great company because they make overdrive units for a lot of different old transmissions. Like, and your 727, yeah, they make one for that. No doubt about that. Um, to be honest, like, and it's one of those things. That way, and like, you know, you could go if you wanted to get like peak sort of easier power, because carburetors are a little trickier to try and get the optimal amount of power out of. You could go to like a Holly Sniper EFI system or something like that. To be honest, on that you'd probably want to go with like the Holly Terminator because it's a big block. That can hold more power and stuff like that. But you know, and just stuff like that, right? Or if you want to keep it carbureted, that's fine too. Just you have to figure out with your carburetor that way. You could also, if you're still on points ignition, you could go to an electronic ignition and change out your distributor for like an MSD or something like that. That's going to gain you a bit of power and fuel economy too, to be honest, if you're still points. Um, you know, just stuff like that, right? Like there's so many things you can do to that just to not only make it faster, but make it run better too. See, and to be honest, that is going to be one of the better things you could do is going to an electronic ignition because points are fantastic. They're simple and they work and they're great, but they're not optimal for cars. To be honest, like they're very linear in how they work. where the electronic, they just produce, you know, better sort of spark that way and stuff like that too, right? And because basically, when you're looking at getting your engine to run, you know, the best and the most power you can do, basically it comes down to, okay, what intake do you have? What carburetor do you have? Or if you don't have carburetor, you know, how big of injectors do you have? Um, you look at your exhaust, like how is that run and is it optimal or not? Uh, you know, and then your rear gears, right? Those are the basic things you look at. I would suggest that, yeah. It would make it better, to be honest. Like, you're not going to make a ton more power off of it, but it'll be more efficient and just better driving overall. Going from points to electronic, right? And also, like, electronic ignition is pretty reliable. Like, you could get an MSD 6A box, for example, or if you want to do a little bit of an upgrade, you can get a 6AL box, which, you know, see, and you could do that too. Actually, the Pertronics, they're honestly, those are great, and you know, I've heard really good things about Pertronics that worked fantastic. But of course, you know, you could spend the big money and go MSD for everything. Like on my 86 Mustang, I have a MSD 6A box on it with a Blaster 2 coil. Um, and I like that 6A box, to be honest. It works really good. Now, and you could, like, if you want to go with MSD, you could upgrade and go to, say, a 6AL box, which those have, like, you can set your own rev limiter with those. And if you have the MSD distributor that's electronic advance, you could actually have those two set up with each other to adjust the advance on the fly with that, you know, instead of you doing it manually, right? So there is something to be said about that, right? And it just really depends on your budget and what you want out of the deal in the end, right? Yeah, like, and he is definitely one of those guys, like, if like, he is one of those guys that if I had a problem electronically that I couldn't figure out, I just talk to him. Which now, and like, my issue with my taillights, I can't quite figure that one out, to be honest. I don't know what's causing that. I'm gonna have to take them apart again and look, to be honest, because maybe when it's possible that when I was sealing something, that some of that material got onto the circuit board, so I just have to clean it, possibly, and it'll be okay. Because I have an issue with my taillights right now that when I drive the car, because I have these aftermarket LEDs in the back that are sequentials, but when I hit the brakes on the car, it'll the driver's side rear actually will ignite and then go out again. So not I want to say maybe it's something like that, but we'll see for sure. I need to take them apart. I haven't done that yet. Hi, hi, Rascal. Or you're not Rascal. You're Saber. Ah, a big old fat cat. I want to say he is, but maybe he's not. I know he mostly messages me on Facebook, but well, here's the thing: they worked almost perfectly before. Like, there was not a problem with them. But it's just after I try to reseal them, like reseal the lens, is when it gives me problems. Now, see, and if you want, like, if so, Axel, if you are on Facebook, I can actually send you his profile via Instagram if you want. Because I don't have a problem doing that if he's okay with, you know, having that, which usually he's pretty okay with people asking him questions and whatnot. Oh, no, I don't have issues with my cars starting almost ever. Okay, so here, let me just here, if you want to message me on Instagram, which I'll just do that in the comments right now. That's my Instagram. If you want to message me there, I will find Shane's profile and I'll send it to you. Just makes it easier because I'm not going to put his public profile in the chat for obvious reasons. Like, you know, so yeah, just, you know, wait, when you get an opportunity, just throw me a message and then I'll find his profile for you. Because I can even do that like right now if you wanted to, because I got my phone right here. But, oh, and somebody, oh, you already messaged me. Look at that. You were quick. Okay. Go back. Accept. Okay, primary. Okay, I will get you right away here. Okay, now let's find. There we go. Profile. Copy link. Hang on, I'm just getting this for him right now. Okay, I don't know why that's sent twice, but there you go. It's right there. Hey, it's, you know, we can do that. And like, and to be honest, like, you would actually be an interesting, like, if you were ever open to it, of being on the live, you would actually be a really interesting guest to have up here on the live if you ever wanted to. Okay, so what you just said there doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a Mach 1 convertible. Every Mach 1 ever made was a fastback. So I'm curious what that is then. Unless if it's a what if car, or somebody made, you know, like if they just, if Ford decided to make a Mach convertible, but they never ever did a Mach 1 that was not a fastback. Yeah, definitely was modded. And now, and like, depending, because something to consider with it. So first gen Mustangs are actually a lot easier to identify in if, like, if it hasn't been fully modified yet, like as in, you know, a hardtop to convert. See, I don't remember those being common, but maybe. I mean, but to be honest though, like, you wouldn't do a fastback to a convertible though, you know, unless if like the car was rolled over. That'd be the only time you'd cut off the roof, maybe. But it's one of those deals that, yeah, and you know, 66, like, that's a cool year. I like my convertibles, and the one thing is, because like a lot of the convertibles were actually 6-cylinder cars, and the easiest way to tell, like, if it hasn't already all been converted yet, the inline six cars actually were 4 lug, while the V8 cars were 5 lug, at least in the first gen Mustang, which was the only generation that was like that. You know, because, and what's interesting, because like if it wasn't originally an inline six car, like there is so much that you actually have to do on those to convert it to a V8. It's wild. Like, they share not much in common. They're like, even the transmissions are different than each other. The drive shaft, I believe, is the only thing that stays the same, because like rear end is different. Transmission is different. Engine is different. K-member is different. Suspension is different. You know, brakes are different. Hi! Although it's K-A-T, but I'll accept C-A-T. Oh, big fat cat. Big fat cat. Yes. Happy boy. You see? Big fat cat. He gets the ribbons. Yes. It's all good. No big deal. Yeah, how's it going? Definitely appreciate you coming to the live stream. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be live, but to be honest, this has been such an entertaining live that, you know, I'm really digging it. Although I will need to get a drink here soon. Big old fat cat. And yes, you actually do really help out the chat when you're here, to be honest. Because yeah, I mean, and that's the one thing. Me and Shane could talk like for a very long time if we typically don't, but we could very easily. Ah, you East Coaster, you know, I'm or more Easter Coaster than me, anyways. Because yeah, it's only 7:45 here, so it's great, you know. It's still nice and early, no big deal. Like I started, you know, this live a little over an hour ago now, so it's quite nice. And I have a different setup now for these lives for the most part, which I like the setup, to be honest. I'll still do lives from like inside the car with my phone and stuff like that, but you know, when I'm home though, it's gonna be this laptop. And you know, like it's possible that I do lives from the laptop though out in the car too. So we shall see. Uh well, exactly. Exactly. And actually I'm okay. Yeah, sure. Send me pictures because I can actually I don't know if I can do that from here. Because I might be able to show them up on the screen, but no, I don't think I can. But, well, this chair is awesome because it has a massager built in too. Ah, nice massage. It's you can kind of hear it. Ah, it feels nice. It's not much, but it actually does make a difference, and it's right at my lower back, exactly where I had the injury so many years ago snowboarding. Because I mean, that was 13 years ago, like half my life ago, that I actually had a snowboarding accident and screwed up my back. Like, I can still use my back and everything, but it is screwed up since then. But actually, hey, Fat Cat. Yeah, and he's a big old man. He's 23 years old, so. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're gonna attack me now? Okay. So that's what's going on here? Well, I might need to move you to get up, there, cat. Oh, let's see the pictures. Okay, so that is not a 66. I'll tell you that right now. That is okay. It's missing the front bumper, so I can't even tell off that and the rear bumper. To be honest, I'm thinking that's either a 71 or 72. Might be as late as 73. That body style was only around for 3 years. Um, and well, here, actually, I'll just show them up on screen here. I'll just do this. If that'll work. Come on. Will it study? No, it's not going to study. It's not going to do it very well, but I can send them to you. Give me a second here. Okay, save, save, and that. Looking at the motor here. Oh, it actually had AC on it. That's interesting. Because there's an air compressor pump. And wait, that has a serpentine setup on it? Did they have serpentine setups on those back in the 70s? I don't think I've ever seen a serpentine setup back then. Because, yeah, I don't think I can. Here. Um, I can send the pictures to Shane's Facebook here. Give me a second here. Because, and again, I can't tell because the bumpers are missing of, but it's between 71 and 73 for sure. That's what I know. And like that motor, yeah, and I can't tell if that's a 302, a 351, or a 351 Cleveland. Because it's not a big block. It's definitely a small block. Actually, okay, there's a distributor. Yeah, that's interesting. I do like it. I like that generation, and you never see the convertibles of that gen. You know? Yeah, I just sent them your way, Shane, if you want to take a look at those. They're cool. I've always liked that generation, and it's actually been one of my favorite Mustang generations because my buddy actually has one, and I want it, to be honest, because you can actually see it in one of my junkyard tour videos when I did his property there. So what the car is, it's a 72 or 73 Mustang, but it's actually the coupe, not the fastback or the convertible, but the coupe version. Now, and normally I wouldn't give a coupe a second look, to be honest. Like, I do like them, but they're not my favorite. That's a 390? Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, 71 to 72 Mustang 390 engine could have a serpentine setup. Or, no, V-belt. No, that's not serpentine. That's V-belt, okay? I mean, I sent you the pictures if you want to take a look. I can't. Unfortunately, they're not going to really show up. Like, it doesn't really. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. That'll work. That's the engine there. Yeah, and there you go. And there's, if I can get it to focus. Just trying to get this to focus here. It's kind of hard. It is 390. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Um, I do like my exotic cars. Although, oh, okay. Can you focus there? Come on. Sorry, that's really blurry. Give it a moment. It should hopefully focus back in. Ugh. I can't look at that, to be honest. That's awful to look at. There we go. That's better. So it's finally focused. Sorry, it's I can't fix that because I'm doing it through YouTube, and there is nothing you can really do about that via YouTube. If I did it through a different service, I could adjust all this stuff and it'd be fine. But so like exotics, like I do like honestly quite a few different exotics, like the old Ferraris and stuff like that. But your favorite is the XJ220. See, I love those cars too, but actually, if I'm gonna pick an egg, well, I don't know if you can consider it an exotic. I mean, to me, I kind of do, even though it's Japanese. It's the Lexus LFA is my favorite, to be honest. I really like those cars. And the sound that they make is just, oh, the best sound ever. I will, like, I will take, you know, my V8s, obviously, and my inline sixes and that baritone noise. But that V10 is just, oh, God, such a good sound. Such a good sound. It sounds like an F1 car going down the road. It's amazing that they could actually build something like that to go down the street. Like, I'd love to just experience one at the very least. Like, and Miras are really neat, to be honest. I love the Mira as well. Which, fun fact about the Mira, if if you don't know about how that kind of became a car, so at the time, Lamborghini was still building the I think they call it the 2000 GT, their first sort of model, right? And that's all they built at the time. They were starting to expand into different things, like four seaters and stuff like that. But for the most part, that was their sort of halo car. Was that? Well, after hours sort of thing, some of the employees stayed behind, and they started to build the Mira. Just you know, uh, designing it, and they built it, right? And then Ferruccio Lamborghini found out about it, and he saw it and just like, we're gonna make that into a production car, and so they did. It's pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, like the Mira was not actually and it was an internal design, but with employees after hours. It was so cool. And like, yeah, and Ferruccio Lamborghini had no idea about it till it was basically done. So it's pretty cool. Hey, don't attack me, sir. I don't want to play right now. I want to move you so I can get a drink and maybe some cookies. Yeah. Saber's playful. To be honest, I've never even been to the States, and I don't have a passport. So, but actually, so I will be right back here. It won't take me long because my kitchen's just right over there. Actually, I'll just carry you with me. Screw it. Hey, Saber, can you move, please? Buddy, can I? He's trying to attack me. Hey, Saber, can you please let me get up? He's not letting me get up. Okay. Okay, move the cat. Move the cat. Move the cat. There we go. There we go. I got him to move. That was funny. Do that. Oh, it's so dark. Dark and scowy. There we go. That'll do. And let's go back and I guess you guys need food. Okay. Hang on. I need to feed my cats. So you should be put down over here because Saber finally got on my spot. There, you get to see the back of my chair. Ooh, so fancy. And you can tell it's a little hurt in there because it's a few years old now. All right. Hi, boys. Yeah, hi, boys. Yeah. Okay, go back here. Go back to your dishes. Go. Enjoy. Enjoy, kitties. Enjoy. Okay, there we go. I am back. Okay, you mentioned that. Oh yeah, actually, I do remember him. I don't know if he did a full review or if he just videoed one. I can't remember for sure. But honestly, like I do like Doug DeMuro's videos. I don't watch every single one of them, but I do watch a few of them every now and then. And like he does honestly some cool stuff. I do like his channel though, overall. Hmm. Such good cookies. Even though these are just from Walmart, but man, these are so good. Mm. I mean, I would like to honestly do more reviews on cars and do a little better reviews than I have because I've only reviewed 2 cars total. I've reviewed a 2020 Mustang GT and I've reviewed a 2022 Supra GR. And, you know, those two, it's kind of interesting of how well they compare to each other, to be honest. Now, I will say though that the um like comparatively to the 2 cars, the Supra is not one I'd want to live with every day. Oh yeah, it's honestly like I do have a bunch of like I have over 600 videos on the channel, so there's a lot of stuff that like if and now about 200 or 300 of those are shorts, so you don't really need to watch all those. Yeah, it's a 2022 Supra. Let's see, actually. Oh, hey, no worries. Like the only thing that I would wonder, and honestly, one of your best resources on Facebook too for some of this stuff. There are inline six people. Like I'm part of a couple different inline six groups on Facebook, and you know, honestly, the information I've gotten from them is pretty good. Although some of it was just I didn't really need, but still, you know, like if you don't know, there's honestly so many great pages and forums and stuff like that around. And okay, I need to get more comfortable here. There we go. That's better. Do that. Perfect. But yeah, like, cause I'm yeah. Oh, they're a really good looking car to be honest, and it drives really good. Like, unfortunately, my review of it wasn't that great. I won't lie. It's not one of my favorite videos that I've done. And but that car, what's interesting about it though, because like the guy that you know I because he actually offered it to me after he saw my review of the 2020 Mustang, and it's like, hey, do you want to review my car? And now I don't go into the full details of like going into the infotainments and stuff like that. You know, but what I did was I just kind of showed you how the car basically drives and how it looks and all that stuff, right? And the Supra, it's a very raw car. Like it's not a car that I'd want to live with daily at all. It's quite uncomfortable. And I had difficulties fitting in the damn thing, to be honest. I'm only 5'9", right? Um, and now I was wearing heels in the video, but it doesn't make a difference when like sitting in the car though, if you're wearing heels or not for that, because like it wasn't legroom I was having a problem with, it was headroom actually. Now I wouldn't be able to wear a helmet in that car, put it that way. So, I mean, I can actually just find it here really quick if you want. You know, just in case if you forget, because I've got a bunch of playlists too if you want to look at stuff like, you know, because yeah, I can actually share here. I shall share the playlist in the chat here. Yeah, I mean, like, and the, you know, like, it was so much fun to drive that car. I just wish where we were was better for driving because it wasn't. And you'll notice I make a wrong turn and I actually go through this stupid parking lot twice in the video. It takes up like almost 5 minutes of the video. Like, it wasn't my best video. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know worries. So yeah, that's both the Mustang and the Supra. And there's gonna be other car reviews that I'll do. Like, I might even review like my dad's Dodge Magnum, even though like it's not my favorite car, but I like the looks of them. I just don't really like them all together though. And the best part is I can actually tell people of, well, how they actually drive and, you know, how much maintenance it takes and all that stuff. I love wagons too. And, you know, it's too bad that wagons, the only people that make them are Europeans now. It's just sad that, you know, an American manufacturer hasn't made a wagon since the CTS-V was the last wagon. And even then, you know, cool cars, very cool cars, but not an attainable car though for me. Like a Dodge Magnum, I could actually realistically at some point afford because they're not expensive. Like you can get, you know, my dad's was not expensive at all. Like he paid, I think it was $3,500 for his. Okay, say Bert. Ugh. And ooh. See, I'm so glad that I don't have to deal with smog. Oh yeah, 1990. So that's actually the older generation too. Like that's the one you don't see, to be honest. You'll see the later, you know, ones. But not those ones. That's kind of cool. There you go. Mm. Let me double check. Subaru Legacy. That was first generation. Yeah, you're right. I have two cats. So Saber, who is my 23-year-old, you know, fat man, although he's not that fat anymore, but he'll always be the fat cat because, you know, at one point he was 18 pounds. And he still carries all that skin from when he was 18 pounds. So, I have him, and then Rascal, which I hear him walking. He is 13. Actually, no, he's 14. And yeah, and Saber, you know, like I've had him for a majority of my life. Yeah, 5 cats, nice. I mean, I couldn't deal with 5 cats. I can barely deal with 2, but I love these boys though. They have like, especially Saber. Saber's been my rock for so many years because he has gotten me through a lot of my struggles throughout the years. So, and like to be honest, he's a very healthy cat overall. Like, you know, he needs medication daily for his kidneys. but that's it, you know. And yeah, I'll always love him. Like I always say, he's the only man I'll ever need. Hey, I'm such a crazy cat Mustang lady that I take my cat for car rides in the Mustang. I've done it. There's actually a short video on my channel of Saber being in the passenger seat in summertime while I was going to get food, and and he is just honestly he loves car rides, or at least he loves car rides when he doesn't have to go to the bathroom. Because there was that, because like I had to take him to the vet for oh yeah, that's what it was. I was taking him to the vet because he's got arthritis in his arm, like right in his arm there. And so every couple of months or so we actually take him to the vet so that they can just extract the fluid out of him. Well, yeah, I mean, and Saber's definitely fully grown. He's been fully grown for he's been a fully grown cat since we had him, like when we first got him. Well, kind of. I mean, he was 2 years old when we got him. So hey, same as Saber. He refuses to die. You know, like I swear to God, this cat will outlive me. He's not gonna, but I swear to God, he will. For sure. Ooh, poor pup. That's not good. Mm. Stuff like that I just poor doggo. See now, it's always funny that um people keep saying like they've been saying that the Mustang has looked like a Camaro for years, years, and it's just so funny. I don't really see the Camaro styling at all. To be honest, I see Mustang through and through with it. Well, that's good, please. But yeah, like to be honest, I don't really see that as much. You know, but that was like people that said, oh, that the last generation Viper looked like a C7 Corvette when it was the other way around because the Viper came out first, then the C7 Corvette did. Hmm. Because like I'm not gonna lie, it's not like I from a distance. You mean the new C8? C6 was the Mustang that came out, or Mustang, the Corvette that came out in 2004. I want to say 2005, somewhere in there. Like if it's the mid-engine Corvette, it's the C8. Because and now if you talk about the C6, C6 is not my favorite Corvette to be honest. I'm not like of the modern Corvettes. I'm not. They look fine, but I'm not a huge fan of them. Like to be honest, of modern vets, I like the C5. They are my favorite of the modern Corvettes. Ah, See, now, for me, you have to go a lot further back than the 90s. For me, for like cars looking different. Because the problem is GM, with all of their cars through the 90s and even in some of the late 80s. Because, fun fact, so this car, I'll see if any of you can guess this. So this specific car was so built by General Motors and had, I think it's 8 different variants of this specific car, but they were almost identical in every way other than the badge. What vehicle am I talking about? Because it did blow my mind when I actually looked this up. And it holds the record for the most cars that are badge engineered. So this is late 80s into the mid 90s. I actually need to look up what that is. Hang on. Oh, see, no, it's not that. No, it's not the J body. Basically, they're mostly just rebadged. Some of them are a little more up trimmed, but for the most part, they are identical. Like, some of them have a little different grills and whatnot, but the body shape is identical. The interiors are identical. No, see, okay, no. What I'm getting at is off of one generation of vehicle built by GM, like a single generation of vehicle, not of entire generations, because yeah, the F body thing is always screwed with me when they've said that, because they never changed the name even though they were entirely different from each other. Because now a first gen is not the same as a last generation Firebird. That's always weirded me out when they called it F body from beginning to end. But no, it's not that. Because I don't know if I can give you another hint that wouldn't just give it away. But I'm not sure if he has done a video on one of those. Nope, not the Impala. So again, single generation of vehicle, right? Not different generations for badge engineering. Because with the Impala, at any generation, it was only the Impala, the Caprice, and the Caprice, really. So you didn't have that. Again, single generation built from, actually, here, I will get you the exact year range for these. So they were built from, now, they were built in other countries. And so they started in 1989 in Japan. And over here, they started in 1989 and went to 2004. So that should give you a better hint. They were made for quite a while, 89 to 2004. 88 in Japan. That'll be the last hint I give you, and if you don't get it, then I'll tell you. Yeah, see, and it's not the Cavalier. So, okay, I will tell you. It is, drumroll please, the Chevy Tracker, otherwise known as the Geo Tracker, which is known as the Suzuki Sidekick, which is known as the GMC Sidekick, which is known as, there's a few other ones too. There's a Pontiac, the Pontiac Sunrunner, I believe it's called as well. Again, it's those. It's either 7 or 8 different variants of that. Well, technically, they were all brands of GM. Just people don't think of Geo, right? But to be honest, that was a car that, yes, is technically a Suzuki. Yeah, actually, because if I look it up here, so, and they were also called something different, like different things in different countries. Oh, hey, Roy Marco's here. Yeah, so they are. Oh, he may have messaged you, to be honest. I did send him your profile, so. But yeah, no, Roy Marco is a good friend of mine, and he does really neat stuff with cars, to be honest. And like, he does weird stuff too, because his now this is actually a toss up between the most famous car you own. It's either your Hudson Hornet or it's your Chevy C50, and I don't really know because they both stand out incredibly. So, which one is he more famous for? I'm not sure. I know which one you drive more, but I mean, I guess the C50 does stand out more, I suppose, too. So that does make sense. But it's interesting because with me, like, I know obviously you own the C50, but I always associate you with the Hudson more so than your C50. But, and I think it's just because, I've actually ridden in the Hudson. So there's that, too. Yeah, that thing is sweet. And then, his, car for the, if he, like, and we'll see if he gets it done in time. Because, actually, have you gotten any progress on your Riv yet? Or are you still in the planning stages of that one? Because I wanted to talk to you about that, but it just, we haven't chatted in a bit. That's true, it did. Yeah, like, it is wild of how many different vehicles that there was. Because it was either 8, I want to say it was 8 on that. But yeah, it holds the record for most badge engineered cars ever made. Which is that. And yeah, I do know about the Cadillac Cimarron. It was such a terrible idea to make it out of the Cavalier to build a Cadillac. And the first gen Cavaliers were awful cars. They weren't good. Later on, they became decent vehicles, but not first gens. And then they built a Caddy out of it, which is so funny. Hmm. Ah, you need a mid-sump oil pan. Okay. Which, I mean, I'm assuming that like aftermarket will have that for you. I can almost guarantee that. Yeah, that's cool. So like, if anybody knows like of They make one for a BMW swap that will work. Well, hey, there you go. I mean, fingers crossed for you, because that'll be so cool if. Ooh, a little pricey, but understandably why. I mean, that's fair. Like, to be honest, like, once they got to the later 80s and into the 90s, to be honest, the Cavalier actually became a much better vehicle. You know, slash, Sunbird and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, which, like, I can't wait to actually see that thing up and going. Because honestly, those are one of my favorite cars. Because he has a 60, what is it, 64? 63? Riv? I can't remember the year. But this Riviera, he's actually building for the Great Beater Challenge, which is 63. Okay, I couldn't remember. And like the Great Beater Challenge, it's something that I would love to do someday. We'll see if I'm ever able to do it properly, like get the money together to, build a car and do it. Because there are actually, like, I could borrow one of my buddy's cars, to be honest, like my buddy Keith, because he's got so many cars that, Fox bodies that he's, bought for no money and put them together for no money. See what I mean? And I could take my Mustang, to be honest. Like, it'd be way over budget, but who cares? It'd be fun. See, it's not a boat tail. This one is, because the boat tails were later. That was second generation. Well, not technically second generation. I should say there was Rivieras in the 50s as well. That was a different generation. Yeah, but boat tails were much later. Like, if you search up a 63 Riviera, to be honest, it's such a beautiful car. I really love the styling of those. Like, they're one of my favorites. Yeah, I mean, the boat tail, because I want to say the boat tail did start in like 1970 or 71. But, and they're really cool. I mean, like, what's interesting with the Riviera is in the 60s through the 70s, they only had big blocks in them, or what Buick big block engines, anyways, or similar esque. And like a lot of them had 455s in them, and they were considered the gentleman's hot rod, And I've just always loved the look of them, because even like a game that I used to play all the time was Midnight Club Los Angeles on the PS3, and I always used the Riv for a lot of my races. It's fun. Well, now it's interesting because they are a big car, but comparatively to some of the other cars of the period, they're quite small. Like, yes, they are a good size, but caddies were still bigger. And people are messaging me out the wazoo here. Yeah, like, a lot of the caddies or even the Lincolns were, I want to say they were bigger than the Riv. The Riv was a good size, but I forgot about that. Yeah, it was. See, now it's interesting because there's this Charger. I still think it's for sale, but the guy is off of his nut on the value. So it's a 73, no, 74 Charger. So last year, before they got, really boring, to be honest. Um, so this car, and I was interested in buying this about a year and a half or 2 years ago. So this Charger, like, it needs a decent amount of work, to be honest, but it doesn't look too bad. But what's interesting about it is that it's a Slant 6 Charger, which you almost never find Slant 6 B bodies, period. They did exist, but not very many of them were built. So the fact that this still has the Slant 6 is kind of cool, right? It's that weird factor to me that really, engages my likeness of it. But problem is, it needs a trunk pan, because they all do. And, it needs some floor work and whatever else. And it's gold. It doesn't have the original seats in it. They look like they're from a Cordoba, with their rich Corinthian leather. At least the front two seats look like they're from that. The back seat looks original in it. There's no carpet, no headliner, and it does run. But to me, that thing might be worth about $2,000 because it's got a Slant 6 in it. Now he does have like the K member with a 440 and a 727 to go with it, and I believe the rear end too. But he wants an extra $4,000 for all that, which it could potentially go for that much. But honestly, he kept trying to get me to, because I was the one person that was more interested than the least, and he kept lowering the price and kept saying, "Hey, would you pay this much for it?" I said, "No, I'm still only going to pay, I think it was $2,000." But yeah, and hey, Bradley, how's it going? So Bradley there, he's actually he's usually on the Novotaz live stream, which we do on my buddy Novotaz's YouTube channel every Saturday. So yeah, and I don't think, like, I don't know if it's still around, but it was for sale for like 2 years. It was on Marketplace. I just have to see if I can find it. That's cool. Okay, Saber. Hey, buddy. Saber. Hi. You want to come cuddle? No, you're going over there. What are you doing over there? And that's cool. I mean, you should work on your truck. Let's see. See if I can find. There it is. Sorry, it was a 72 Charger. Oh wait, it's still for sale. Yeah, it's still for sale. It's amazing. And like, and the thing, it's just quite beat up. It's a cool rig, but man, you know. And because actually, copy link. I mean, if I had the money, I would, but I mean, he's not going to accept $2,000. Because now the thing is, he sent me some videos, whatever of it back then. Yeah, this was May of 2021 that we were messaging back and forth with each other. Because actually, it's interesting. I actually offered, when the motor was not good in Lilo, I actually offered Lilo as a trade for his Charger. But, and yeah, because he kept saying, like, he started at $6,000, he was asking for it. Then he went to $5,500, and then he went down to 4. Then he went down to 3,500, then $3,000. you know, and it's just one of those things that, like, yeah, I mean, I think I told him at the time I only had $1,400, which was true. I only had $1,400 that I could actually spend to get that vehicle, and he said no to that, which I don't blame him, to be honest. But like, and it's a vehicle that I wouldn't fully restore it. I would just get it to where it goes down the road, runs and drives good, keep the Slant 6 in it, and just enjoy it, you know? Fix the little bit of rust that it has. And there's huge dents in the body too. Like, but that's the one thing. I can drive a beater and it's fine. Let's see. Yeah, here. Actually, let me do this. YouTube, go back to my live stream here. Oh yeah, and they definitely are pricey to build. Like, actually, there it is right there. It's a marketplace ad, and you would win that. Please, that's an easy one. I would even put money on you winning. Although we could say, actually, oh wait, no, you actually have that thing to where, like, you have it built a little bit too. So, because I'd say, okay, if it was bone stock, we could do a bet of either you win the race and blow your head gasket, or you just win. But yours is actually built properly, so it shouldn't blow its head gasket. It's just funny to think about that, because that was common on them to do, to be honest. But yeah, like, and I would love to, build an old Mopar or whatever else like that, but it's just, money just isn't there. Yeah, see, that's the way to do it. Because yeah, like, I like those Super Coupes, to be honest. They're cool, but I just those 3.8s. I've never had any luck with those motors. Now, okay, question: how long ago did you sell that one? Just out of curiosity. And I'm gonna assume it was not a Slant 6. Just my assumption. Because again, the Slant 6s were actually pretty rare. So, and now, to me, the Slant 6 doesn't add any value. In fact, it decreases the value to me. But I just like it because it's weird. Ah, okay, yeah. So when they weren't worth anything yet. Because, I mean, that thing, like, if you put that 440 in the car, well, see, the base engine, because I think you had to order the Slant 6, because I think the base engine was a 318. I think. Yeah, oh, and I can imagine, like, with that, I mean, and it's interesting because Ford could never get reliability with their forced induction setups for the longest time. They were just one of those things. Now, the thing is, the Superbird, it didn't have issues going through head gaskets. The Superbirds just overheated. I mean, you're not wrong, to be honest. Like, there are some EcoBoosts that aren't too bad, but you have to maintain the hell out of them for them to be half decent. Like, I know my buddy Keith with his truck, like, he maintains it extremely well, and that's why it's, that it's still going properly. But it has the 3.5 EcoBoost, though, which is the better one that they built. The 2.7s and the 2.3s just aren't quite as good as a 3.5 was. Well, when Roy said that he, that they still can't build a forced induction setup and for it to be reliable, it's, that's talking about, like, nowadays, right? Now just thinking like all the EcoBoost. I mean, yeah, not many of them are that good. Like the 2.3 in the Mustang isn't bad, but that 2.3, it's interesting because that's actually the same engine that they put in the Mazda Speed 3 and Speed 6. Identical motor. It hasn't changed hardly at all from then, which is kind of funny. Yeah, and I mean, like, I like my 6s and whatever else, but those just aren't really for me. Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. So the Superbird, when new, actually, they couldn't sell very many of those Daytonas or Superbirds because they were just too weird. People didn't like them. You're not wrong. I mean, and the one thing is, Roy actually works on this shit, so he would know too. Because he actually, he is a mechanic. So. Oh, Roy Marco? Yeah, he does have a channel. I can link Roy's channel here. Give me a second here. He's got a really cool channel, to be honest. Like, in the stuff that he does, he also has a model building channel too. Roy Marco. There we go. And then let's go share, copy link, and go back to my live. I mean, they were fast. Those turbo coupes are definitely fast. They just, weren't super reliable. No, shit. I mean, I can say I've never run away from the cops, but I've also never been pulled over by the cops for doing something stupid. So there's that. Okay, so we're just lay it down. There. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's good information to know, actually. Which, no, so something that, actually, so, my buddy Heath, he was lending out it was an Explorer Sport Track to his nephew. And while his nephew was driving it, believe it snapped a timing chain, which on those things is a nightmare because this is the 4-liter. And yeah, by the way, there, Ali, you ask crap like that, you're just gonna be put in timeout, and that's that. Because yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not doing that shit. Ugh, just I don't get people like that. It's so bothersome. You know, for reference, this guy in the chat literally just typed in, "How can I seduce you?" Like, what the fuck? Just some people, man. Swear to God. It's like, I'm here doing an automotive podcast. You go in here saying that, you can fuck right off, bud. Yeah, I'm not. This is not the channel for that at all. It's just, yeah, I'll say it like it is. It's just people like that. No, I've got no time for it whatsoever. Fat cat, you're a fat cat. It's so nice to have a stream go on for this long and it's still fucking active. Love it. Well, see, now the one thing I don't like about this is that I can't outright ban them with YouTube. I can put them in timeout for 300 seconds, which I've done, but that's it. But yeah, because YouTube automatically flagged that, which is kind of neat. Ugh. Hi, fat cat. Hi, buddy. I love you. But yeah, no. So I mean, that is an interesting prospect actually to take Stitch on the Great Beater Challenge because I could, and I honestly, I could probably borrow like a tent trailer or something like that and put a hitch on the back of it, and do that because that would be kind of fun. Because and the Great Beater Challenge, because what it is so you're mostly in Alberta, although sometimes they venture into Saskatchewan that I've seen. And basically, you have a budget of $700 for a car, and you have to take a certain route. And last year it was pure off road, so that was interesting, like pure dirt roads and gravel. And you're doing about 1,000 kilometers or so of driving. Next one is in BC. Oh, that'll be neat with the sites and everything. I'll have to see if I can get the money together because it's not cheap for me to do. Because I would love to. It would be so much fun. And it might make some decent content too for my channel. Because I actually haven't even heard, about that. I'm assuming you get early access because you've been in the last two. But because let's see, Great Beater Challenge 2023. That's not bad. But still, like I have no money right now, so even $400 is hard. Period. Oh, there we go. So they haven't updated their site, but they have it on their Facebook. Interesting. Oh. Oh well. It is what it is. I mean, to be honest, like, yeah, I would do that. Absolutely. It'd be so much fun. But we'll just have to see if I'm able to or not. If I have money by then. Because, like, I do have a little bit of money coming in, but it's not going to last very long. But, we shall see. Because, yeah, no, and, like, it's really interesting going to Roy's place because it is, like, car heaven there. Of all the vehicles he has just parked out front of his house and stuff like that, and even going to his yard and it's just covered in car parts, and going to his garage again, covered in car parts, is just awesome. I love it. I love going out there because it's just the stuff you see. Because he even has a very unusual car, and he's got a Triumph Herald. Now it's not together at all, and it needs a ton of work. But man, that thing is cool. He's also got the '56 Pontiac Gasser project. He's got a Nash Metropolitan. I think he still has his Pontiac because I don't think he sold that yet. His other '56 Pontiac. He did put a V8 in it though, so it was originally an inline six car. Ugh. And yeah, because I think he actually got rid of the Chevelle, and he got a cool little Packard, actually. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so he's got a 23 Packard, and that thing is so cool because it just basically needs the mechanical is sort of done on it and reassembly. Well, hey, if you want to, just build me a super coupe and then send it to me and not charge me for it, that'd be cool. God. Just think of it as free advertising for you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, see, like History of L was sweet. Like, to be honest, it's too bad that you um didn't get that one done, but you got something that in my mind is cooler because it's just, when do you ever see a brass era Packard? You know? Yeah, fair enough. Hey, I was just checking something on my phone. Ooh, 67 convertible. That's cool. I like that. Hey, did you not hear the notification go off? I needed to see what it was. Okay. I've been doing this live stream for almost 2.5 hours. I have had people try and contact me in that time. That's what happens when you do a live stream for this long, especially. See, I like the look of the Stinger, and the kind of thing where Kia is wanting to get into that sort of performance car realm. I do like that, but to me, it should have more power. That's my only thing with it, because you look at the car and just like, oh, that thing should have well over 400 horsepower, and it doesn't. They have 365 in the GT. I think it's 365. And like, I'm sure it goes really well and everything, but it should have more power, you know? Like, other than that, I do like the look of them and I like the idea of them. I don't know if they're a good car or not. I mean, probably not, just because majority of new cars are not that great anyways. It's just one of those things that I'm not. Yeah, I don't know much on them, but you know it's one of those things, because if they really want to do the performance car thing, they should. You know, you got a Super Coupe to make 385 horsepower. That's impressive. See, oh yeah, the K5, which is confusing to most people to know what that actually is, because didn't that replace the Optima? I think. Again, I don't know much on Kia, to be honest. I know only a little. They've never been a brand that's been on my radar. Although my dad almost bought a Kia Magentis years ago at an auction for like $600. He wouldn't go to the $800 that they actually wanted for the reserve, so he didn't get it. But he could have had that. So the Kia Magentis is a weird car because it was kind of their attempt at a luxury car, to be honest. And you look at them and they kind of have like the grill that kind of looks like a Bentley, to be honest. They're a really weird looking car, to be honest. And this one was the quintessential color for them, which is pink. You know, I did like the color on it, but that was about it. Like, when my dad was bidding on it, I'm going, "You're really bidding on that?" Because especially like that's when Kias were starting to get a little better, but they still weren't good yet. Oh, nice. That's actually impressive. I didn't know they could take like that. Sweet. Um, kind of, except for the Toyota Century did a better job at it. Because the Century, when they built it, it was an executive car. You know, you didn't drive it; you were driven in a Century. So a little different compared to the Magentas, where it was still a cheap car, but it was just their try at luxury. But yeah, it's one of those deals. Oh, what's going on there? Oh, that's cool. Because actually, I need to look. What are the scores in games right now? Okay, good. The Red Wings are kicking the crap out of the Oilers. Yay! Keep going. um, but yeah, like because I'm not sure. I was really hoping because actually now it's a trade that's not going to happen because it's just not what I'm looking for. So I have my Vruck. It's been for sale for months, right? And I have it for trade as well. And I finally dropped it to $1,500. Now, the one thing is, at $1,500, that thing, I've gotten quite a bit more interest when I dropped it that far. And so the one thing is, the trade offer that I got, really bad trade offer. So it was a 98 Dakota with a 3.9 in it, but the problem is it had a connecting rod through the oil pan. I'm gonna assume he tried to start it without any oil in it, and that's probably what sent it through the oil pan. It's my guess. But okay, so there was that, and then he also had to throw in with this something that was really cool, which was a Yamaha XJ550 Seiko, but modified and missing the carburetors, which is just like, oh man, like the Seiko had such a cool look, and I've really been a fan of those bikes for a long time. But when you do a custom fuel tank on it, and it looked like it had custom bars on it too, and missing carburetors. Which, fun fact, those little Seikas use specific carburetors. You can't just slap on any carburetor and make it go. Uh, you might be right. Well, the one thing is, he messaged me a while back, but I never got back to him on it because he said this Dakota needed an engine rebuild, but he was going to see if he can get it started. And then about a week ago, he messaged me again to say, "Hey, would you be interested? It now has a connecting rod through the oil pan." So, because he doesn't seem like a guy that's going to actually drive it. He just, especially if it needs an engine rebuild, he was just going to start it, and it may have done that. So unless if there was something like extremely loose inside that thing, but yeah, it's just one of those things where I don't trust the guy. Like his name is Randy, and I've seen his stuff before, but it's not something that I'm interested in. And then that Sika, super cool, but modified in a way that I'm just like, no, I'm not going for that. Oh, it would be awful. It would make worse noise than what my convertible did with a 3.8 when it was just about to seize itself. Because that was, God, the knock that thing was making was incredible. Because when I sold the car and then I ended up buying it back off the guy, but and then ended up having to swap the engine because he put in a shoddy 302. Now, how do you blow up a 5.9? Just out of curiosity. Like, what is it? Not no oil in it? Because like those things are a very hardy engine. Like even a 3.9. When he said that, I'm like, how do you do that to a 3.9? Because they are very bulletproof engines, to be honest. Oh, I need to plug my laptop in. Where is the cord? It's not there. It's not that. Oh, it actually is that. There we go. Reach. There we go. Yeah, like, and that would be the only way that I can really think of properly, because like there's some of these engines that they're just reliability wise are just incredible. Like, I know firsthand with the 5.2, with the 5.9, and with the 3.9 of what they can go through, just because my dad had a 3.9 van, which was so weird because it was a 3/4 ton van and yet had a 3.9 in it. Rip. I have seen the odd P1800 here and there, but they are quite rare up here. And that's another car. I'd love to own a Volvo P1800. They're such a cool rig. And they're not that expensive. They're kind of in the realm of like an Opel GT that way, which again, another car I'd like to own. They're just not that appreciated yet. You can get, an Opel GT that needs a little bit of work for like $3,000. And you can get a Volvo P1800 that needs a little bit of work for like less than $2,000. It's amazing. Like, I don't know how hard it is to find parts for them or anything like that, but it'd be really cool. Yeah, because like I've been in talks many times with people selling P1800s or Opel GTs to see if I can buy them, but we just never could come up together on price. That's all. So, like, one of these days, I'll own one or the other or both. But yeah, see, in any of those, like, they are honestly quite. So the Restomod ones that way, like, I know what you're talking about. There's a few different companies that make resto mods of old cars. Like, you can get a brand new MGB that way. You can also get a brand new like air cooled Porsche that way too. It's pretty cool. Oh, and I have no doubt about that. It makes sense, to be honest. Like, for either of those two cars, because just to find parts for them. Like, I know that those the engine in those Volvos are quite reliable, but if you need parts, you might be SOL. So yeah, and any of those are like super expensive. Exactly. Like there's a company called Eagle, and they make a version of the Jaguar E-Type, and it's like 800,000 pounds. Which is just insane how expensive they are. That's fair. I mean, and that does just make that does make sense actually. And Porsche, I don't mind Porsches. Like that, there are some that I wouldn't mind owning, but it's not really a brand that I lust after. Yeah, that's true. Like though those Porsches can be a pain in the ass to work on, and expensive. Like, I know that there are some. Okay, I when I say cheaper, I don't mean that they're very cheap, but like a Porsche 924, for example, because it's a Volkswagen drivetrain is a little cheaper to work on, but it's still Volkswagen, so it's not cheap per se. But, or like the 944, which is one of my favorite Porsches of all time, to be honest, just looks wise. But really, if I was going to get a 944, I would just get a second gen RX-7 because it's just a cooler 944 in a way. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the 924 is not the one I'd go after. The 924, I'd only go after one of those if I was just swapping everything out of it anyways. Like, to be honest, it's just not really my thing. They, like a 944 really is just a 924 with wider arches and just a little better body lines. But it makes a difference. Fair enough. Oh God, see now if I was gonna get a 914, I would actually probably see if I can do a Honda K20 swap in one because that it'd be a bit of a death trap, but man, would it be fun? Like the 914, it's an interesting prospect for me. I've never physically seen one in person. Like I've seen pictures, but never actually saw one. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a 914. Well, yeah, I definitely would be. Like I'm just saying, swap the drivetrain out of you know a Civic, like a K series or even a B18 or something. It would be fantastic. And like it'd be much more reliable, have more power too, and probably get better fuel economy too. Like it's all the way around better. I mean, T Scott, to be fair, like George, to be fair, I think everybody would take a 959. Okay, see now, hang on. Okay, hear me out. So 6 Corvair, 914, and a Fiero. What, like race all of them, or just drivetrain swap, or what? What? I'm confused on this one. Which actually, I don't know if it's still in front of his house, but in front of Roy's place for a while, there was a GTP swapped Fiero. Which, when you do that, those things are just so badass. For me, it has to be a Fiero GT because a 2M4 is just so bad looking. It looks terrible without that body kit on it. Not a fan, to be honest. I like Fieros. I just don't like the 2M4. Gross. Actually, Shane, you are wrong on that. So the 914 and the Fiero are mid-engine, but the Corvair is actually a rear engine. So technically, and the Fiero also has a 6-cylinder too. That's the main difference. Well, mind you, the Fiero could get a 6-cylinder too, I suppose. But and only 2 of them are air cooled. Yeah, I get it though. What you were trying to do, like, and there's some like I really do like some of that stuff, and even like somebody mentioned, there you go, like George mentioned, you know, second gen MR2. See, those are cool too, but I'd much rather have a first gen MR2 to be honest. The AW11 MR2 is such a cool looking rig. And you could get a little supercharged engine into those. They're a pain to work on, but they're a cool car. You know, but honestly, name a mid-engine car that is easy to work on. There's not many. Rear engine cars are a little different because like Corvairs aren't too bad, but yeah, see, and actually, because there was a potential for a trade to happen that was actually going to be um so it was a Volkswagen Dune buggy, but somebody transplanted a Corvair flat six into it. Um and so that was one of those that I was really interested in this trade actually because it was for my Vruck. It didn't run, but you know, it may not have been too bad to get started up, to be honest. It just depends. Some of these old engines are very easy to fire up. And like those old air-cooled engines, there's not too much to worry about. But and to be honest, the Corvair isn't legendary for mechanical issues. It was legendary because of that stupid book by Ralph Nader. Like, and which some of that was warranted, but yeah. Who needs a belt anyways, you know? It's fine. Because they do have a weird belt system on them. I do know that. Or at least the early Corvairs do. Yeah, Ralph Nader was the one that sunk the Corvair. Because it's interesting. By the time he wrote that book, which is interesting because it was only one chapter in the book that was dedicated to the Corvair. But um, the thing is, because they weren't as bad as what people like what Ralph Nader said, because you have to run very, very low tire pressures out back for them to actually be stable. They say that, but everybody thought, oh no, we have to get these really high, and that's one of the reasons why they had their issues with spinning out. Because they were rear biased for weight as well. And that's just one of those things, right? That if you actually look into how to run a Corvair properly and everything, they're not too bad. Like those fan belts are weird, but and you can see why they fly off because you know you have the crank spinning like this, and then the belt has to kind of twist to go onto another pulley on top, and it spins the fan. It's such a terrible design. Like honestly, if I had a Corvair, I'd probably eliminate that stock fan and just put an electric one on it and call it a day. You know, just so that I don't have issues with that belt flying off because you can see why, and like they wear out very quickly because of how they spin, right? And you would just eliminate so many of the issues with the Corvair just by going to an electric fan. Yeah, oh, definitely they did. Um, and now like it is, you know, yeah, and there was more design flaws with them. Like the early Corvairs, especially, that they had a really awful rear suspension design, and they were not good. Later on, they actually fixed a lot of the issues with the car, but by then Ralph Nader's book was out and just kind of killed it. Because by '66, they were actually good cars, excluding that fan belt issue. But yeah, the swing axle. See, they did put on like I want to say it was in '66 or '67. They did they went away from the swing axle and I believe they went to a wishbone, like a double wishbone design. Because or at least I did know that they did upgrade the suspension design on them. I just don't remember when. But Yeah, because like I've always been interested in the Corvair, and I wouldn't mind owning one. But you just gotta know that, hey, be careful with it. There are Subarus that still have a swing arm. Ah, it was 65. Okay, I just couldn't remember. But yeah, I mean, and like to be honest, like for the Corvairs I'd want, it's like give me like a Corvair Monza from like '69, and they're just beautiful. That is really shocking that Subaru still uses that design. I'm gonna guess it's on the Forester, but that's just my guess. Since for a car that's kind of off-roady, it makes sense. Yeah, like I said, the Fozzy. That makes sense. Ferrari Monza? I don't think they made a Ferrari Monza. That's why I'm wrong. Oh, one of those. Okay. The SP2, yeah, okay. Yeah, see, that Ferrari's not really my thing. You know? I can appreciate it, but it's not my type of car. He did mention the Forester, so that way. But yeah, no, I mean to be honest, for Monza, I mean I would take a Chevrolet Monza or a like I mentioned Corvair Monza because that's actually where the name came from was a trim model in the Corvair for the Monza name for Chevrolet. Oh, see me. Ah, feels better. Which one? The Corvair Monza or the Monza? Because if you've never seen a Chevrolet Monza, that would shock me to be honest. Just because they were everywhere for a number of years. Oh, Corvair Monza Spider. See, I wasn't talking about the Spider, but the because there was just a regular Corvair Monza. Mind you, I wouldn't mind a convertible though. I like convertibles. Yeah, and like and especially like the late ones, like 68, 69 Corvairs, they are just so like just I love the styling of those. The earlier ones are kind of quirky looking, where they kind of got badass towards the end. That is so interesting. Oh, definitely. Like I love the styling of that period. Like there wasn't really a car that I hated from that time period, to be honest. Just big fan, to be honest, of a lot of the cars from then. But fun fact that so the Corvair actually does have one of the distinctions of having the most, or there might be others like this, but it's the only one I can think of, to where the Corvair had the most body styles that you can get, as in like coupe, sedan, like because you can get it as a coupe, a sedan, a wagon, a pickup truck, and a convertible. Also, you can get it in a van too. So that's 6 different variants of it that way. And you could also get turbocharged ones too. They were pretty badass cars, actually. Actually, a friend of mine just bought a 68 Marauder X100. Or a 68 or 70. Can't remember, but it's the badass one. That's the one with like the 429 and stuff like that on it. Well, see, and I don't know if you know about this, but they did make a Yanko Corvair too. But the Yanko Corvair was a scary car, very scary car. Oh, that is an interesting. That would have been really cool if they ever built that. I have a stinking suspicion it wouldn't have looked like that though. Ah, okay, cool. So Yang. So the thing is with Yanko, Yanko was a so Don Yanko owned a Chevrolet dealership, and he was able to get so okay, little backstory. GM up until 1970 had a cubic inch ban for anything that wasn't a Corvette or a full size vehicle or a truck of 400 cubic inches. Now, Don Yanko found a workaround with this, and he could actually order the cars and order the engines separately, and he'd put the engines in himself, right? Or at least at the dealership they'd put it in there, and then sell them as these special Yanko editions. And there's not too many of them built, but like they built it off the Corvette, the Chevelle, the Corvair, the Camaro. Um, I want to say there was something else too, but I can't think of it. And yes, he did, but I wasn't gonna say anything. Um, but yeah, like Yanko, very neat brand or like neat sort of idea. Well, see, okay, the difference between so Cobra though, Cobra wasn't a brand or anything. That was just internal Ford doing that. Celine though, yes, was an aftermarket company. And Nismo started as an aftermarket company, but now they are internal to Nissan. But yeah, Celine is the best example though of that. Because although Steve Celine did not own Ford dealerships though, he just worked on Mustangs. Hey, no worries, Roy. Definitely appreciate you coming out, and you have a fantastic evening as well. No, see, Bertoni was a coach working building company in Italy. Um, which Bertoni still is technically. Although now instead of coach building, they're a design house. So yeah, like Yanko, basically, it was just a dealership. Uh, and Don Yanko, he because he had a Chevrolet dealership, and he was just able to get around the cubic inch ban by just ordering the engines himself. So that's really all a Yanko is and they had a little bit of suspension upgrades and stuff like that as well, but it was mainly drivetrain, to be honest. And they just had that blue paint with the white stripe on it. really, that's about all. And then also the seats said SYC on them as well. Basically, yeah. I mean, it's no different than actually. You know what? Because like fully in house, actually, I think the best sort of example of that from Ford, anyways, is Roush. Because Roush, it actually they started similarly to Celine, but now they're in house to Ford. But yeah, like I like the Yankos, but my favorite is still the Corvair, which the Yanko Corvair was insane. Let's see. I just want to look up the specs of it because they are insane. Let's see. So let's see. So okay. So the Yanko Corvair um had two or okay. So the stage 3 version had 220 horsepower, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering this was 500 pounds lighter than a Camaro, these things were fast, very fast. And they, because I actually called them the Corvair Stinger, but then they were Yankos, and just absolutely insane. And like, yeah, and they are my absolute favorite because when you look at them, you know a Yanko Corvair when you see one, like from a mile away. As soon as you see that white paint and the blue accents, you're just like, ooh, that's a really badass and very unique car. You know, because compared to say a Yanko Camaro, well, Yanko Camaro is cool, but it's still only a Camaro. It's not weird enough for me, you know. Like it's really cool, and I love Yankos, but it's not one I go after. Like, and for me, to be honest, like, because there were other companies that did the same thing. So, for example, like there was Yanko, but then there was also a company called Baldwin Motion. Now, the thing is, the dude's name was Baldwin, and he did the same thing that Don Yanko did. He had a Chevrolet dealer, and he built his own. Now, I don't know the all the variants of the Baldwin though. I know they made Corvettes, which I love their Corvettes. To be honest, they're really cool. Um, uh, oh, that is so cool! You actually were able to go to Steve Celine's shop and actually learn blower mechanics? Oh man, that would be so much fun. That's just neat. And yeah, so let's see. Baldwin Motion. So let's see. They now where Yanko just put the motors in, Baldwin actually built up those engines as well. So they were a little more badass than a Yanko, but you just don't see them because they're a lot rarer. Because it actually was motion performance that did them. So like you could get starting in 67, running through 74. Baldwin Motion offered SS 425 horsepower and Phase 3 500 horsepower and up big block Camaros, Novas, Chevelles, Corvettes, and Biscayne street racer specials. Ah, that. Ah, okay, fair enough. So it wasn't. Steve Celine's shop then. It was just one of the, not the one he worked out of. Still, that's cool though. Ah, okay, I gotcha. See now, okay, reading up into Baldwin here. So yeah, all Baldwin Motion sales promotion materials carried Rosen's guarantee. We think so much of our Phase 3 supercars that we guarantee they will run at least 120 miles an hour in 1150 or better with an MP approved driver or an AHAR or an NHRA sanctioned drag strip. Like, they are just badass, you know, of Baldwin Motion. And, it's interesting because Motion still exists to this day as a speed shop, but they're just not sort of factory, like you can't get a factory warranty with those like you could back then. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, like, and for a street car out of the box to go like 1150 back then, that was almost unheard of, to be honest. Like, there were cars that could go that fast, but they usually weren't street legal. So it's kind of one of those things. And you got to remember, the tire technology at the time with the bias plies, they're not as good as the radials nowadays. You have a lot more traction and a lot better braking with radials. Because you don't have a tube in your tire, so and just tire technology is better now. That's one of the reasons why, like, because these new cars, they can go 10 seconds or less in the quarter. But back then, that was almost unheard of for a street car. Oh yeah, like they were insane. Um, you can get over 500 horsepower out of the box out of Baldwin Motion. They were far more badass than the Yankos were, but of course, that's a fully worked car as opposed to Yankos shoving a drivetrain in it and putting some stickers on their cars, right? That's all Yanko was. Yep. Oh yeah, these were all straight legal. Now, the one thing is back then is as long as you had a VIN tag, you could do just about whatever you wanted to your car. Honestly, you know, it you didn't have to meet too much in regards for safety back then, because there wasn't much for safety standards per se. Um, until really like the 80s, and even then, still wasn't great in the 80s. It started to become a big thing in the 90s, but for like crash test safety and stuff like that. Because I mean, it was by 19 like in 1970, some cars were still like it was optional to get a seatbelt. Like, still blows my mind about that late, and it maybe even potentially later than that too. I mean, and actually, the fact that Shane got to actually meet Steve Celine, that's pretty sweet, to be honest. Like, that's somebody that I would have loved to meet, but oh well. It's one of those deals. Like, I love, like some of these just legendary car people that way. Of like names like Steve Celine and Carroll Shelby and all those different guys, right? And they're slowly all dying off. So, but because like at this point, I mean, really, for legendary car builders, we don't really have those anymore. Like, because even they're all basically dead and sad. Yeah, Oh yeah, Ed Roth was, his stuff was really cool with Ratfink and stuff like that. Uh, and it's just these really fun, sort of things that it just would have been awesome, but just don't have that. Um, I just don't have those opportunities to meet these sort of people that way. But like now, back like, because I mean, really, who is like? Can you actually think of anybody other than actually there is one, but I'm trying to remember his name. He has been chopping, like he was one of the first people to properly chop up a car, like to put a chop on the roof. He's done probably the most ever. I'm trying to remember his name. But he's one of the only ones left, you know, because all the legendary guys are gone. Why can't I think of his name? Um, I know he did a thing with Welder Up, but Gene Winfield. That's who I was thinking of. So like Gene Winfield is still one of these guys that's just legendary guy, and I think he's still alive. But that is amazing. Wow. Like, I would have loved to. I mean, I wish I would have been able to meet Paul Walker, to be honest. He was just one of those guys that I would have absolutely adored meeting. And, but unfortunately just never, obviously never happened. And you met Carol Shelby as well. That's sweet. And George Adano's Virgin Galactic. Cool. I don't know. That's cool. Yeah, I'll maybe check that out. And hey, old school. How's it going there, dude? You know, as you come in here, well, 3 hours in. It's interesting because like he used to be like bang, bang, bang into every single one of my lives and in my comment section, but now he's just quite busy, so that's the reason why. But it's always nice when he comes along because I think out of I want to say that you are the oldest, sort of like as in been around the longest for anybody that's actually a fan of my channel. That's cool, or at least oldest that I know for sure. Oh, nice, very nice. The only two. Yeah, it's just I really wish we could have kept the Civic, but it was just one of these deals. Like and someday, we who knows, might get another one. We'll see. Because you can still find them for actually decent prices. Oh, that's so cool. Hey, I liked my venture into Honda, to be honest, and I would do it again. Just get one that doesn't need all the work done to it. Like, get one that already has a lot of the work done to it. Because I'm not afraid of a project. Obviously, it's just finding the parts was a nightmare for that thing, man. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I don't know. Like, we'll see what happens. Like, I wouldn't mind honestly a CRX. I would love a CRX, but they're so hard to find when they're not, and especially they've gone through the roof on value, and also trying to find one of this and completely rotted is very hard to do. Fair enough. I mean, the one thing is we all start somewhere, right? And the mechanical side isn't too bad. Like depending on what you're working on and stuff like that, it's not bad. Especially with the old stuff, much simpler. Well, okay, correction. So with the CRX, I mainly mean mechanicals, right? Like the mechanicals, the suspension, that sort of stuff, you can find that because it's not that specialized. There are some CRX specific parts where it'd be a nightmare to find. I have no doubt about that. But I just in general, like, you know, a CRX or even one that would be kind of entertaining for me is actually a Del Sol as well. That would be kind of cool. Is one of those two. I prefer a CRX, but I'd take a Del Sol because it's essentially a Civic with just a target top on it, really. Well, say the one thing is, okay, with interior, that I can make do with as long as I have like the interior panels. It's not so bad, but like the seats and whatever, that's not a big deal. I can swap seats and stuff like that. Well, hey, why? So, okay, Shane, why don't you actually get to work on that one then? Come on now, get that one back on the road, and put it back together. Enjoy it. They definitely can be like it's interesting because, and I remember like when you were trying to find parts, for like when I had the Civic and you were looking up some parts and whatever, and like just the prices for those parts were insane. Like I remember I found a YouTube or not YouTube, sorry, on eBay. I found this person who sells a bunch of new old stock Honda parts, to be honest. But like some rare options, don't get me wrong, but like, okay, a center console, one of those that it was an option for like $800 for a Civic. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Um, you know, if you wanted the map light, that's $1,200. You want the wood rim steering wheel, that's $1,500. Just insane. And that's why, like, when I posted that thing for $1,500, or I know I posted it for $1,200, I didn't expect it to sell, and I sold it for $1,500. That car, I probably could have sold it for more, to be honest, but it was just one of these things where it, I didn't know what to price it at, and apparently I priced it a little too low, which is okay, I guess, because we still made money on it. Okay, now that's just no. Mats should not be $2,000. No, Honda people are freaking weird, and they need to know. No. It's so funny that people talk about, oh, Mopars are expensive to build. Really, go build a Honda with new old stock parts. Like, just that's insane. No, no. Like the only thing I can compare that to in Fords is people who go like hot and heavy over Marshall fog lights because they're like $500 for a set of fog lights. I still think that's ridiculous, but that is insane, insane. No, they're floor mats. No, $2,000? Hell no. I'd be selling those immediately because like 2 grand, 2 grand for something that like no, that oh my god, no, I can't do that. No, I will never spend that kind of money on something that stupid. See, George, I think you can get Rolls-Royce mats for cheaper than that. I'm not kidding about that. You know? Just, like, wild. Oh yeah, like CRXs are very expensive. And I do remember when you could pick up a CRX for like no money. I remember that. That was about 10 years ago, give or take. And you know, you could buy a CRX, it was mint for like 3 grand. You know? It's only been recently that they've gone skyrocketing. You know, it's kind of like Fox bodies that way too. You can see Fox bodies that are going for $40,000 to $60,000 at auction, which is stupid. A Fox body should not be worth that. You know, like, and even a CRX should not be worth that. No, they're not even Celine's. Like, these are just nice GTs. Some convertibles are going for that too. Now, most of these are Aero Mustangs, but still, like, and Aeros always hold a price premium over 4Eyes. Yes, but ugh. Well, yeah, actually, I remember. So when we were buying a rear end for my car off this guy, and it turns out I got ripped off on it from the guy, which just, oh well. At least I got a gear set that I can sell. But the one thing is, so like I'm still losing money on this quite badly, but it's a thing. But anyway, so the guy had a Super Coupe for sale for it was $2,800, right? And you look at it and go, it kind of looks like a piece of crap, but then you really look at it and it's like, no, this is actually a nice car and it's worth every penny of this. You know, because you look at it and it's like that looks like a $1,500 car, but it wasn't rusty. It's just the paint looked freaking awful. It had a few dents in it and whatever else, right? And then you look at the engine bay and it's just mint. You look at the interior and it's mint, right? It just mainly needed a paint job and some body work, you know? And that could be a $10,000 car. Like, just. Oh no, a 240SX is not reasonable no more. Hell no. Those things are very expensive. Are you kidding me? Everybody wants a 240SX nowadays. Like, you used to be able to get a 240SX for no money whatsoever because nobody cared. Everybody thought they were just underpowered and piece of crap that way. But, which they were underpowered. Because, honestly, like, so, the, shoot, my brain is not working here. See, now, an Integra Type R, I can see why they kind of have a bit more value, to be honest. Like, see, actually, I forgot to mention that this one that we saw for sale was actually a 35th anniversary, too. Oddly enough, it might be cheaper to get a Sylvia than it is to get a 240SX. I'm not kidding about that. Which is stupid, because the Sylvia is a better car. It's got the better motor in it. Because 240SX has the KA24. I mean, it's not a terrible engine, but it's not really a motor you make power out of. You know? The Sylvia has the SR20, that's the engine you want. Because that's the motor that you can do boosty things with and make a lot of power if you want to. You know, the KA24, you can, but not really. You know, where an SR20, you can build an SR20 to like 1,000 horsepower. Granted, you have to do internal work to it, but see, I always forget about that with you guys. You have to wait 25 years. Up here, we only have to wait 15. So it's kind of funny to see these cars climbing up in value that are Japanese imports that I have seen for years here for like no money, and they're skyrocketing because they're now getting legal in the States. Like, no joke. When I was about 15 years old, if I had the money, I could have bought a R32 Skyline that was a GTS. So not the badass one, but it was a two-door manual. And it was $1,500. Like, that was it. Nobody cared about them over here. Like, they really didn't. And like, if you didn't have a GTR, nobody cared. And so, yeah, and it was just wow, and the fact that like that car now is probably 25, 30 grand, give or take, and I could have bought it for $1,500, but I didn't have any money when I was 15. So just that's always a painful one. That's one of the ones that got away from me. But like I said, I couldn't have come up with the money. There's no way. I didn't have the connections that I do now where I can get, that sort of money within a week if I really need it. Well, okay, so an R32 Skyline, it's not that badass of a car. No. The NSX, no, they're not that cheap anymore. Again, you're way behind on your values. 35 grand, that was a few years ago. You can't touch an NSX for under 70. Like, they've doubled, if not tripled in price. Like, even a high mild one, I still think is more expensive than that. Because the one thing is, mileage doesn't really hurt the NSX that much. Like, it does a little bit. Like, yeah, if you have one with no miles whatsoever on it, like maybe 100 miles, they will pull a premium. But a lot of NSXs have 100, 200,000 miles anyways. Like, they were just a car that people actually drove because they were reliable. One of the only reliable supercars. But yeah, like, no, you're gonna have a hard time, finding one for that. Like, there are so many cars that I remember seeing as a kid that were like, nobody cared. Like, Fox bodies when I was younger, nobody gave a crap. You could buy a mint Mustang GT back in the day for honestly like $1,000 when I was young. But I didn't care about Fox bodies back then, to be honest. Never gave one a second look until I got mine. Once I got mine, then I started looking at other ones. Yeah, I not that I doubt you. I just want to look that one up. Because don't get me wrong, it wouldn't shock me about that just because Ford did own Jag at the time. But, huh. Yeah, I just want to look into that. Because, let's see. Okay, let's go with Jaguar JRV. Because I do want to look that up because I've never even heard of that. JRV6. There we go. That's kind of cool, actually. You know, like Hyundai Pony, I've actually seen one in person because there was one. They were selling it. Actually, they had it parked in front of the pizza place, Pizza 73, right where I lived for quite a while. And they're cool, honestly. Like the Hyundai Pony was one of Hyundai's. It wasn't their first car that they built, but it was one of their more popular models over here. You know, and they are cool. I do like them. Um, Now see, it's funny that you say that. Roy has one. Like Roy Marco has a Chevette diesel. See now, okay, I'm not seeing anything on the JRV6 of it being a Ford engine at all. Like, because it's even it's 3.5 liters instead of a 3.8 as well. Like, it doesn't seem like they would de-stroke it. You know, that'd be kind of odd because it's not like they were trying to go into like a certain category that way because they didn't need to, right? It's possible that they started with the base of that and just kind of chucked everything out and started from scratch because it's no different than the Viper V10 compared to the truck V10 because really Lamborghini saw the design of that and basically chucked everything away and they started basically from scratch to build the Viper V10. So they don't share hardly anything with each other, to be honest. So and it might be a similar thing to that, possibly, but I really can't find anything on that. Like if you can, to be honest, like if you could find me the information on that, and just send it to me on Facebook because I would like to kind of read up on that because I can't find it just from a quick little search. Like that would be cool if you could find me anything on that. I would definitely appreciate that. And hey, no worries, old school. Definitely appreciate you coming out and yeah, it was fun. Um, because I mean I know that like yeah, Ford was in bed with Jaguar at the time, but I figured Jag would have just had that all to themselves, the reins to that. Hmm, interesting. Oh, hang on. I may have found something. Well, okay. Here's the reason why. Because the entire world for top speed at the time used miles per hour anyways. You can look at the F40 as an example of that and the 959. Both of those are in countries where they use kilometers, not miles. Yet they posted their times in miles per hour because top speed they use miles, they don't use kilometers. Right? Especially back then. So, even McLaren didn't use kilometers, they used miles. 250 miles an hour. Now, granted, that they would have actually used miles with the production of that, I suppose. But still, on the world stage, they always used miles per hour. And I know that's what the 220 stood for, even though it reached 218 instead of 220, but, it's close. Which it was the fastest car in the world right up until the F1 came out. Then the F1 just said, see ya, and it naturally aspirated. Yeah, see, and that's the one thing. The McLaren F1 has the distinction for being the fastest naturally aspirated car on the planet. So, it's pretty cool. And to think, it only did it with, 600 horsepower. Or is it 5 or 600 horsepower? Not a ton of power considering. And where cars nowadays, to reach those sort of speeds, they're having 1,000 horsepower. Crazy. Just wild to think about. But let's read into this here. So, let's see. I'm just looking here. There we go. See now, okay, you are actually reading this here? No. I had a feeling that Ford did not have much to do with that engine, and they don't. So, right here, the demise of Group E rallying meant the Austin Rover Group were looking to sell the production right to their expensively developed but now obsolete V64V engine designed for the Metro 6R4. Compact, lightweight, and fuel efficient, the TWR considered it to be the perfect basis which to develop a twin turbocharged motor. They purchased the rights in 1989. Whereas the 3-liter V64V unit was naturally aspirated, Jaguar's 90-degree V6 was redesigned from the ground up as a turbo engine, codenamed the GRV6. It'd be suitable for sports programs, racing, and the XJ220 program. Yeah, that's the 3-liter, but that's what they base it off of, which was a Rover engine, not a Ford engine. They didn't touch the 3.8. They used that as the basis, and they stroked it up, and they turbocharged it. So, yeah, no, that was incorrect. yeah, displacement was taken out to 3498 cc, and thanks to a bore and stroke of 94 millimeters and 84 millimeters respectively. And yeah, so no, it was not Ford. They used some Ford electronics in that car, but that was it. That's what I thought. It's just like looking into that, just like, it doesn't make any sense because they have to redesign the entire engine to make it overhead cam. Like it just doesn't make any sense, you know. And you know that 3.5, yeah, they're not really the same in the Ford GT because that 3.5, that's the EcoBoost you could actually get in the trucks prior to it being put in the Ford GT. They don't make that engine anymore, other than for the Ford GT. But oh yeah, like and so an NSX-R, yeah, very rare variants of the NSX, and I'm not shocked that it has a starting price around that. Really? That thing's probably gonna go for like 800 grand, maybe more. And now I could be wrong, but I want to say an NSX-R was not street legal, but maybe it was. I just can't remember. But yeah, no, it's yeah, it's one of those things. Like that's right, you know, like when because like looking into that Jag thing, it didn't make sense. Like to be honest, like the only link was that Ford owned Jag at the time, but even then, which actually, hang on, did they? I do want to look that up because this was '89. When did Ford own Jaguar? Yeah, see, Ford did not own Jag until 1999, 10 years later. So, no, it wouldn't have been. So, that's even further proof. I couldn't remember exactly when, but yeah, no, it was 99 when, you know, Ford was in bed with Jag. So, yeah, which again, full 10 years after. So, no, that totally debunks that theory. Yeah, Ford did actually. They owned Aston for quite a while. You know, it was like 99 to 2008 when they owned both Jag and Aston, and they also owned Land Rover too. And then, which people don't realize that, but yeah, they did. And then they sold those off to Tata Motors, which they're still owned by the state. Or at least Jag is owned by Tata. I'm not sure about Aston though. They might be. But yeah, so you know, and like and that's the one thing, like, because when you mentioned that, I just had to look that up because it sounded weird, you know, like to use the 3.8 as a base is very odd. So yeah, oh yeah, Fiat has owned Ferrari since 1964. So or maybe it was earlier than that, maybe even 63, but it's a long time. Fiat is not going to get rid of Ferrari. They, you know, Yeah, and like it's interesting because see now if Ford actually played ball with Enzo Ferrari and just allowed them to take because the deal was, and Ford was trying to own everything when they were buying, while Ferrari, because Ferrari actually had zero interest in building road going cars. Like he has publicly has said that he just built the road going car so that he could fund his racing team. That's all it was. And so Ford, when they were looking to buy Ferrari, because Ferrari was for sale, um, Ford wanted to own both the road going and racing division. So, it is interesting that way. And like, of really like how things could have changed had, you know, Ford not asked for the racing division and just went for the road going division. We would never have had the GT40, which would never have spawned the best race car in history, which only ran for 2 years, but it was the Porsche 917. And, because fun fact, if you don't know about this, so the Porsche 917, like I mentioned, best race car ever. And it only ran for 2 seasons. Just 2. That can trace its lineage back to the GT40. And now the thing is, because you might be thinking, how? Well, in 1960, was it 67 or 68? The FIA changed its rules to where the 7-liter, aka 427, GT40s were no longer going to be allowed. Right? You just could not have that big of an engine. So then Ford bowed out, and they sold the rights to they sold the rights for the GT40 to Gulf Racing, actually. And once Gulf actually owned it, they then sold the rights to Porsche. And then Porsche just dominated with the 917. It's the same sort of basis, but they did a 5-liter flat 12 in it. Oh, Enzo, yeah, he was. Enzo Ferrari was a bit of an ass. There's a reason why that you hear all about Ferrari and with how they do business nowadays and them sending cease and desist to anybody who like modifies Ferraris and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no. That all started with him. And they've just kept that legacy on even after he's been dead for 20 years, 30 years. Yeah, 100%. He was not a nice person. And then again, neither was Henry Ford Jr., which is the one that, actually was running sort of Ford during the 60s. He was not a very pleasant person, apparently. But there wasn't too many, like, pleasant human beings running car companies at the time, though. You kind of had to be a ruthless ass at the time. But it is interesting that way. Like, he had some good ideas whenever else like that, yeah, but doesn't mean they was nice. Excuse me. No, you have to be approved to buy a Ferrari. Like, even if you have the cash to go buy a Ferrari, you got to be approved by them. So it is interesting that way and how it works. I'm really not a fan of how Ferrari runs their stuff. Like, I really wish they did not do it the way they do it, because it would be so much better, Because you can look at Lamborghini as a perfect example. Because Lamborghini is run in a way of like, hey, you can do whatever you want to our cars. You can buy our cars. We don't care. You know? But yeah. And you know what's actually interesting about Ferrari? So they actually reserve the right to, now they don't exercise this very often, but technically they reserve the right to actually make it so you cannot sell your Ferrari privately. Even if you bought your second hand on the private market, Ferrari could still axe your sale if they wanted to, which is BS that they can do that. I don't know how they get away with that, but they do. Like, again, I don't like Ferrari as a company because of that. I like their cars. I don't like how they do business, though. Oh, see me. Holy crap, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. Jeez. Long time. I haven't heard that about Tesla. Oh, damn, they went into OT. Well, actually, I can maybe watch that. The end of that game. Wait, no, not that one. What I need. Oh no, I need to go down, down, down. Go down, down, down. Go down on the ring of fire and burn, burn, burn. The ring of fire. The ring of fire. Let's see. Is it this channel? It should be. Sportsnet West. Yep, there it is. That was close. It's always fun watching OT in the NHL, like especially when it's 3-on-3. Huh? Interesting. Like that's just ridiculous to be honest. You can sell it private, but wait, what? You had features on it before. It's gone now with the new owner. They take it all away. I'm giving. What you mean? Yeah. See, and that's the one thing with Tesla, because their cars, they're just pure computers. Like, there is really like they reserve the right technically that Tesla can turn off your car, you know, without any troubles whatsoever. Oh yes, I have heard about that. Okay, I was trying to figure out what you're talking about. But yeah, no, I have heard about that actually. Yes, which is ridiculous to be honest. Like, I don't know why anybody would freaking. I don't know why people actually like Teslas. Like to me, I don't get it because they're not a very good looking car either. They're fast and like the Roadster looks good, but wow. Oh, wow. That was insane, that OT. Like, because honestly, like me with Tesla, I don't see the value there. Because you look at their build quality, it's not good. You know, if and like and how they look is not that good looking. Like they're kind of boring to me, honestly. And like and their interiors, like the how like again how they're put together is not great. Oh yeah, well like so Mercedes is actually now offering a so if you want your car to be as fast as it can be with your electric car, you have to pay a subscription fee of $800, which I think is a year per year. So which is dumb, dumb. See, if you're gonna say best looking electric cars, no, it's not Rivian. I'm trying to think of the name. Rimac. For me, best looking electric cars are the Rimacs. Like those are a very pretty car. Oh, hi Brian. I've been up here for almost 4 hours. Can you believe it? 4 hours. It's insane. I haven't had this long of live stream in a long time. Yeah, my 3 hours and 52 minutes and counting. It's just been a good conversation in the chat. It hasn't died. So, oh, nope. Yeah, Rimacs are hypercars technically. Yeah, they make, 1,800 plus horsepower. So yeah, no, they're definitely hypercars. Ooh, short-handed. That sucks. And actually, so I was gonna say, did you get too far with the Beetle? Ooh, nice shot, McDavid. Oof. That blows. Definitely. Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, sorry, I'm watching a shootout between Detroit and Edmonton right now. It's always entertaining to watch these. Oh, nice. Nice goal. That was pretty. The edges are trimmed. Gotta love autocorrect. That's funny. I have not. I've heard that that it's not that great of a movie, but ooh, nice save, Huso. Cool, very cool. Well, hey, you're getting there. You can't do that on mine. Sorry, I don't have that stuff set up at all. That's only on Novataz. Ooh, going around 4. Yeah, you can't gamble on mine. So Ford v Ferrari is one of my favorite movies, honestly, ever. Like, big fan. of that movie. But from what I've heard about the Lamborghini movie, it's just not that entertaining. I'm still gonna watch it at some point, but see now, and as well, like I mean, I will gladly accept pictures of your doggos. Um, but when I'm live here, actually, I don't have the power to like pull pictures up and stuff like that because I run straight through YouTube. Oh, going around 5. Um, so just so y'all know, like when I'm on Novitaz's, oh, it's so easy for me to pull up pictures, much easier because we run that through Skype actually. So it's a Bobby, it's a Bobby. Ooh, Detroit can score this for the win. Go Detroit! Definitely, definitely appreciate it. I love the Theo. Oh, and Detroit wins the game. Yay! I didn't want the Oilers to win, so yay. I mean, to be fair, we've been going for 4 hours of car talk. But I mean, we can still do car talk. It's just, it gets, like I was just watching the end of the game there because I like to watch end of the hockey games. It's always fun. Ooh, teeny. Awesome. I mean, that's the one thing with me and Brian's conversations because when me and Brian talk, it's always okay. We talk about cars, but then he shows me a picture of his doggos, and then we talk about cars, and then we talk about his doggos. That's how it works with me and him talk. It's hilarious, actually. It's always about his doggos. Ooh, cool. Now, because I never did ask you, are you just going sort of original style with the engine, or is it a little hopped up, or what are you doing with that? Yeah, having fun. Um, because yeah, we never went in super in depth with your Beetle that way. So, hey, awesome. Gotta love the doggos. Doggos are awesome, possum. Even though I like my cats more, but I love doggos too. Doggos are fun. Because like, and with me, oh, that's cute. I mean, and that's just all like that. It's sad. sad. Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean now, and that there is. I will say about Ford v Ferrari, there was a lot of stuff that was not true in that movie, but it still made for very, very good. Um, you know, made for such an amazing movie though, because like they did take some liberties with it, but that's to be expected. They're if they just did it straight off of what was done there, like it still would have been entertaining, but wouldn't have been as good. So true. Oh yeah, like I know that all too well. Not too many movies come out that are actually like 100%. Hey, look, this is how it was done. 100%. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hey, no worries. Definitely appreciate you coming out to the live. And yeah, like I probably won't be around for too much longer here, to be honest, because I'm just kind of running out of stuff to talk about. And it's one of those things. And I mean, it's been a fantastic live, to be honest. Like I did not anticipate it going this long. Like when I went live, I expected maybe an hour, maybe, but I just want to take a picture of that. Just there we go. Yeah, I'm glad you were here too. It was awesome. See you around, Shane. It's funny. I just took a picture of how long I've been live for, and I put it up in the live chat to because the one thing is with Novotaz, he has difficulty doing this all by himself. Like he can't really do this whole thing near as well as I can because I can tap dance for a lot longer than he can. And when I say tap dance, I mean be up here by myself, right? And if there's not, there has been conversation throughout majority of the night, right? And it's made it a lot easier to do this, to be honest. But I can go longer than him, so I just had to put it. I put up the picture of the time and just said tap dancing at its finest. It's just funny because we tease him about that. But yeah, no, I mean this is the longest live that I've had, and I don't even know how long. Now it's not gonna break the record because I won't be on for quite that long. Because my longest live is over 6 hours, and again, by myself, up here on the live. It was amazing that I was able to go that long. Because actually, let's see. So my channel, I go playlists, find the live videos. There we go. And just scroll down to my longest one. Because a lot of them are right around an hour that I do it. There you go. 6 hours and 11 minutes is my longest live ever. Which I still can't believe I did over 6 hours on a live. That was insane. I did that. I mean, like, and to be honest, I don't think I've done any quite to that length. No, nowhere near that length. Like, this is the closest I've gotten since. Because if I want to look at, I'm just looking at my channel real quick and go live because there isn't a ton. So go with popular. Because it's possible I don't have all of these in the thing. Yeah, no. Sure shit. Yeah, no. This is the second longest ever. I mean, Triumph is a good band. You know, I don't mind them at all. Like, I've listened to some of their music. Although, like, I will say, like, off the top of my head, can I think of their songs at the moment? No, I can't. Will fully admit that. But I do like the band though. Like, interestingly, I will say, so the most actually, are they Canadian? I'm just gonna double check this. I just want to see. Oh no, that's what I thought. Yeah, why did I think they were Canadian? Not, no, because like it's interesting. So for a little more, like, not that they are obscure or anything, but it's interesting talking to people of today's generation. I don't know why, but they don't know who the Cult is. And the thing is, like, I've actually seen the Cult in person. It was a terrible concert, but I saw the Cult. I will say that. And not their fault. It was honestly, it was just bad because they had no good opening, like, people who opened for them. It was honestly, so what they did was they grabbed um if my brain will work here. So they got, because it was a very, very last minute concert. Like, it was only about the quarter of the stadium in Lethbridge, which, you know, NMAX Center's not very big to begin with. And so this was just a last minute sort of pit stop. Literally, they had like less than a week to try and set this up, apparently. And so, yeah, me and my dad got tickets to go see the Cult. And it was a high school band that opened for them, and they were terrible. Like, and what blows my mind is, like, you couldn't have found anybody else, like anybody, that would have been better than them. Because I'm sure a lot of people in town would have jumped at the chance to be opening for the Cult. Are you kidding me? You know? But I guess not. And it's just like, just so sad, you know? Because it should have been an amazing concert. But it just wasn't. Because again, the opening band was dreadful. The Cult themselves were good. But, you know, like, and I haven't seen a lot of people live, but oh. But you know, tomorrow I should have my car all fixed because my carburetor was not perfect, and now it should be perfecter. Because I need to actually do a cold start on the car to see where it's at, because we actually turned down. So the one thing I didn't mention earlier, so I had those two vacuum leaks. Yes, we plugged the one, haven't fixed the other one yet, which I will fix tomorrow. Meant to do that today, but I got caught up in the live stream here, and I was got caught up watching TV and stuff like that today. So, but once I fix that, I should be able to turn the idle down, and we shall see where my cold idle is actually at. Because yeah, it shouldn't rev to $3,000 no more. to drive to hopefully around 2, and I'll find out. I'll just have to have my flathead screwdriver with me when I start the car. So, yeah. Honestly, I really can't wait to see, because now, because again, actually, Brian doesn't know this. So I did mention it again many hours ago at this point. But, yeah, so apparently this entire time I've had a vacuum leak with my carburetor, and 2 vacuum leaks, in fact. One from the back of the carburetor, that well, it was, so where the line goes towards the vacuum advance on the distributor, yeah, that itself was it kind of swelled up and didn't have a great seal on there. So yeah, and I noticed that the line was a little cracked too, so I bought some line yesterday to replace it with. And yeah, I'll throw that on the car and see how it goes. So, and with that happening, I haven't had full vacuum advance since putting that carb on over a year ago, and we had no idea. No clue. So, like, to be honest, it's always ran pretty good, but it did have an intermittent miss, which I could never track down, no matter what I did. I tried looking at the distributor, and that was fine. Looked at the ignition box, which I replaced the ignition box, and that didn't change anything. So it's like, huh. And I just left it. And yeah, no, that's how it's going. So okay, so yeah. But honestly, I mean, at this point, like I'm just not sure what else to talk about, and the chat has basically died at this point. So I am gonna end it. I mean, I'm getting a little tired, anyways. So, but I really do appreciate you all coming out, and this is the second longest live I have ever done. So I really appreciate you all for being here for this long, and the fact that we still have 4 viewers here is quite nice. But honestly, I am getting quite tired, to be honest. So yeah, I will chat to you all later. And if you want to message me, Brian, you absolutely can. And even anybody here, if they want to message me, they can. There's my Instagram is out there, Catarinas.garage. We're gonna chat there, but oh, absolutely. Like, I will say that, actually. Um, and I definitely appreciate you being here, honestly, and chatting, because that is something that, like, yeah, I am, my knowledge is very expansive, to be honest, of, and like, I'm not amazing with mechanicals, but I'm pretty decent with them. And, my knowledge overall is quite a bit. Now, what would, you might be surprised to hear, but I'm actually fully self-taught. Like, I have learned things from some friends and whatever else throughout the years, but and even some stuff from my dad, but really overall, it's been self-taught. So yeah, it's just one of those deals. But anyways, I shall chat at y'all later. Thank you so much. I love you all, and I should have a video coming out in the next day or two. So, anyways, bye. Pikachu. End.